I'd just like to remind everybody, no signs, please, in this room. No signs in the room. All right? Yeah, right, and yeah, the other thing is, I understand that we are going to be debating and talking about several bills that have some strong disagreements, strong views on things, and that's exactly the way. That's fine, but no reaction in this room, please. This is not a popularity contest in the room, so please refrain from that. And with that, I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee to order, and I'm going to first recognize Representative DiLorenzo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Representative DiLorenzo. All right, the first matter on our agenda is House Bill 1283 relative to end-of-life options, and I will recognize Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass with amendment, and when seconded, I would like to speak to the amendment.
I'm going to second that motion, and Representative Smith, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The amendment, which is amendment number 0808, replaces the entire bill with almost the same language, except for some amendments that came from the extensive public testimony that we had and extensive written and oral communications that we received from an incredible number of citizens in this state. Out of those responses, we could draw several conclusions. The first is that there was strong support for the amendment. The second is that there were those people in the community who opposed the bill for a number of reasons. After due consideration, it came clear to us that on the merits of the bill, there were some changes that could be made that would improve the bill. One is we eliminated from the bill language including physician's assistants. And the reason for that is in this state, physician's assistants cannot act on their own. Their actions have to be supported by a physician. And because of that, and respecting the rules and guidelines in the medical community, we eliminated physician's assistants and as an appropriate change. The second change that we made, again having to do with existing state law, has to do with pharmacists. We had conversations first, very helpfully, with two members of the legislature who are pharmacists, and then with others who wanted to make sure that the role of pharmacists was very clear, conform with state law, and made it possible for them to participate in a way that in this state is appropriate. I think those are actually the two major changes that we made. Because the amendment replaces everything, I am going to take a minute or two if the chair agrees, to talk about why we have this bill in the first place.
Yes, please proceed. Yes, please proceed. Sorry.
For almost 30 years in this country, the practice of medical assistance in end-of-life decisions has been in effect. As of now, 10 states and the District of Columbia have had this experience. We in New Hampshire have looked at this year after year after year. There has always been public support, and there has always been, and I say appropriately, a hesitance to add this to the list of end-of-life options that we have in this state. Of course, we have palliative care, and we have hospice care. We have end-of-life directives, and I would parenthetically suggest that if you all don't have an end-of-life directive, you ought to, because the state encourages it. It's a very important component of our own health care. It tells our family what we care about and what matters to us. It tells our medical caregivers. It tells the hospitals. And all of this is part of a long-term effort in this state to recognize that the one thing every one of us experiences is death. Not one of us in this room will be able to escape death unless you know something I don't know, and please do tell me. So the state of New Hampshire has paid attention to this for many, many years. What has happened, however, is that we wanted to see what was going on in other states. How did it work? How many people participate? What were the pluses? What were the minuses? And this went on very carefully, very carefully. Every 2 years, we had a bill. Every 2 years, this committee didn't support it, and therefore the House didn't support it. About 3 years ago, something happened that was very, very important, and that was a group of New Hampshire citizens came together to decide, take a break from just filing a bill here and filing a bill there, but to really do the kind of research that had to be done, do comparative studies of what happened in other states, see the results, and also talk to people across the state to advocate for this as one more alternative. Out of that effort, a bill was drafted. We had a high level of interest on the part of our colleagues who wanted to join us in sponsoring this bill. We submitted a bill that was similar to what was suggested, but had certain changes to address the very cautious, careful, conservative look we wanted to adopt in this state. If you have a horrible, painful, long time, degenerative disease, but if there's no expectation that you're going to die from that within 6 months, you are not eligible to even be considered for this. If you do not have complete mental acuity to make an informed decision, you cannot participate in this. And that's important. You need 2 independent doctors who make certain decisions. One of the, all of us received a letter recently from a doctor in Oregon who has been involved in this for 20 or more years, and explained the process and the number of people. And one of the points that he makes that I find most telling, and those of us who have, and I think most of us have experienced with a loved one a difficult end of life, he said that many of the people who have requested to participate in this program and have gotten the prescription do not, in fact, use it. But knowing that if the situation becomes absolutely unbearable, they have an option. And that has provided comfort that has helped to make end-of-life options that much better. I think that's important. The other last point that I want to make, well, two. The first, I cannot address and I will not address the issues of opposition to this bill based on religious beliefs, believing in the separation of church and state. I have not gotten involved in that, but I respect everyone's right to make that decision for themselves. If their religious beliefs are not comfortable with this, so be it. Of course, there is no compulsion, but I don't think other people have the right to determine the religious beliefs of their fellow citizens. So I'm not going to go into any detail on that, but I am going to talk about those with disabilities. Some of you might know, and this is personal, but I think it's relevant, that for 10 years or more, my husband worked for the Disabilities Rights Center, carrying out our really shared commitment to understanding that those with disabilities in this state and in this country are not necessarily treated well. And their rights need to be protected. And it was with great interest that I read the letter from the head of the Oregon Disability Council, I think is the last word, or maybe it's another word, but it's that group. The person who has been head of that organization for more than 2 decades and has experienced correspondence, involvement, concerns expressed from the disability community in Oregon. And the concern is the only concern that was shared with the disabilities rights group in Oregon was that people with disabilities in Oregon felt that they were being denied the opportunity to take advantage of a choice that people without disabilities could participate in. And in more than 2 decades, those are the only complaints that came to the disabilities rights group in Oregon. This is a perfect example of why it was good that it's taken us till 2024 to decide to come forward seriously with this bill, because we can benefit from the experience of what has happened all across this country and make clear that what we do in this country differs dramatically from what happens in other countries. We do not believe in this country in euthanasia. Euthanasia is not legal. We do not follow certain patterns or practices that exist in other countries. What we are looking at here is how to make sure that the citizens of New Hampshire, relatively few, but still citizens of New Hampshire, have an opportunity to have one more choice in how their life ends. And because of that, Mr. Chairman, and I talked too long, I know that, and thank you for not interrupting me, but I believe that is why the amendment to 1283 is carefully constructed, is sound, is respectful of all communities in this state, and provides a beneficial alternative that provides comfort not only to those people who are nearing the end of life, but to their families who can be with them and participate and not find themselves in a situation where, for example, given no other options, someone who feels desperate feels the need on his own or her own to end their lives more violently. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other people wish to be heard on this bill? Representatives, on the amendment, I'm sorry, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Question, did I understand that the first element of change was to eliminate the physician as an assistant in this process? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, we removed the language that would have permitted a physician assistant to have any role in this.
But a physician,
A
Yeah,
physician
yeah.
assistant.
right, okay. But a fully qualified physician
Yes.
is still in the process.
Yes, absolutely. You must be a fully qualified physician or someone in the medical community who has the power to act on his or her own, whereas a physician assistant cannot act on his or her own. And that's why that was eliminated, because we have to be clear about responsibility. And it also, by the way, shows us the importance of licensing for those people who have incredible responsibility in this state.
Let's follow up.
Yes, absolutely.
The second was the role of pharmacists.
Yes.
And has that been expanded or reduced? And does it go into the detail as the type of prescription for the dose?
Okay. The answer to that is it does not go into detail, nor should it, I believe, for what the actual prescription is, since I don't think any one of us is a pharmacist. Maybe I'm wrong. And I don't know your drug use. I know mine is pretty limited. We don't have the knowledge, nor should we, of what the actual prescription should be. What the bill says is that those important decisions are made by the medical community, but the amendment makes clear what the pharmacist's responsibility is and accountability, and that we thought was important. That is what is specified in the amendment.
And so that is only for producing and delivering the prescription is the pharmacist's role, and not in direct attendance?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, we specifically, if you look on page 1 of the amendment, lines 23 to 25, we included pharmacists, but it specifically says that a pharmacist does not qualify either as a prescribing healthcare provider or a consulting healthcare provider. So pharmacists can't. Their role is to fill the prescription and provide the drugs, but they can't be the ones that decide if somebody qualifies to receive the prescription. Yes, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question. Hopefully one of the sponsors of the amendment could answer this for me. Is there anywhere in here that provides for somebody to sign an affidavit saying that somebody self-administered the drug? Because I'm under the impression that if there's no evidence to show that the drug was self-administered, how do we know that they weren't coerced into taking it?
Okay. Representative Smith, you want to?
Representative Alexander, I just had probably an irreverent thought, and that is if the tree falls in the forest and no one sees it fall, how do we know that it's fallen if nobody's documented it? In fact, the experience across the country in 10 states in the District of Columbia is that with hospice And don't forget, each of these patients must have been in hospice or having had expectation, and with the others who are charged with providing medical care to that patient, they have to document what happens at the end of life. The death certificates do, in fact, show the disease or the cause of death. Again, I don't know the medical terminology. And so that there is official documentation.
If I could follow
Of
up,
course, you know, the chair might have a more legally based definition than I ever could come up with.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess if you're asking, is there something specific in the bill that says there has to be an affidavit? No, the answer to that is no. I guess I just don't see how that is a particular issue. The whether the cause of death, I mean, I think the bill does specifically say that the cause of death is the underlying condition, not whether the person died as a result of the medication or not. So
I guess I'm wondering, like, I'm trying to come up with some sort of hypothetical here. So say my grandmother was in hospice and my mom was with her, and she chose to take this drug of her own accord or at least obtain it, right? Like, so they have it. And then she decides eventually not to go through it. But another loved one is like, you know what, you should go through with it. And then it becomes a coercion kind of thing after the drug is obtained, right? Like, there's no sort of affidavit to say that somebody signs under penalty of perjury that the person self-administered it on their own will. That's my concern, is like, once the drug's completely obtained, where's the evidence to show that the person who administered the drug did it of their own free will and they were not coerced?
Well, I guess my response to that would be the fact that the person has made the decision to do it initially has been confirmed by 2 doctors. And, you know, if your theory is there, could that potentially, the scenario that you talked about, happen? Yeah, I suppose it possibly could. It seems to me it's pretty unlikely that would happen. I guess we don't, you know, I'm not sort of prepared to think that that we need to be thinking that family members are likely to be generally coercing their loved ones to do this. Does it ever happen? Yes, it does happen, and not only in this area, but in other areas. People get coerced in their old age to transfer property or do things like that. Hopefully we have a court system that is able to address those, but I don't see that as a particular issue. At least personally, I don't see that as a particular issue here.
Yeah, and I just, my last point I submit to you, that's probably, in my opinion, more common than you think it is. That's all.
Okay. Representative Tur.
Yeah, sorry, just one statement on that. I think in general, the construct around that kind of thinking would be that we are implying misbehavior as sort of the default, as opposed to basically saying if there's evidence of coercion, then that would obviously come to light. But absent that, why would we imply misbehavior? Or taking the affidavit proposition a little bit further, couldn't that be coerced as well? So I don't think there's a way sort of to handle this with the assumption that essentially coercion would happen unless there's some evidence that it hasn't.
Right. You know, if I could just follow up, the other point I would make on that, and I think Representative Tur raises a very valid point, is to avoid a claim simply. I mean, if the affidavit could be executed by the sort of next of kin who might have some interest in the inheritance or whatever, you'd have the same argument. Well, they were coerced to execute the affidavit. And what it would seem to me, what that would mean is that you would have to say some neutral party has to be there at the actual time of death or immediately before the time of death. And to me, that really cuts against the whole idea of this, of being let's make sure someone makes a voluntary decision confirmed by 2 qualified physicians to do that, and then is able to get the prescription. They have to then wait 48 hours before the prescription can be delivered. But then it's up to the person to decide when to take it. And I would presume that most people would say, I don't want some stranger here when I'm about to take this medication. I want my family here. And so that, that would be a reason, it would seem to me, to not want to have some kind of an affidavit system right at the time of death. Now, Representative Perez.
Yes, I'm speaking to the amendment. The amendment does not change the bill entirely. It changes 2 small segments of the bill. It doesn't change the intent of the bill. It doesn't protect people. And as far as support for and against, at the time of the hearing, there were 1,125 online against the bill, as opposed to 658 for the bill. Now, since we brought up Oregon as a mentor of this, Oregon has reported that 14.8% of people who have taken the drug have had an adverse reaction, a huge adverse reactions. Hanging on to meds, concoctions, and these are a concoction, hanging on to meds is not a good idea because they expire. And my concern about the disabilities that have been brought up in the UNH, which it was brought up, disabilities, in the UNH survey, the 2 questions. The second was, do you consider yourself disabled? Is that what we're going to put on this next? And as far as who supports disabled, the National Council, national, not state, National Council on Disabilities is opposed to this bill, opposed to assisted suicide. And the Veterans Affairs, State Veterans Affairs, is opposed to this bill. They do not want people with disabilities added on, veterans added on, like has happened in other states and in other countries. So that's addressing the bill. This amendment does not change the bill. It doesn't get rid of the flaws. And when we get to the bill, I have spoken to a lawyer who specializes in medical malpractice. So,
Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to Representative Alexander's question about documenting that the person self-administered, if you go to page 8 of the amendment, lines 1 through like 21 talk to the paperwork that is required of the administration and everything else with the qualified individual. I think the important section here is that on lines 3 and 4, it speaks to the Department of Health and Human Services adopting rules pursuant to RSA 541 on reporting data relating to this. I think, as in many bills, the bill is the framework of the law, and the rules that the departments generate later on are the flesh of the bill that it expands what is done. And I think if you're concerned about this, we could, talk with the Department of Health and Human Services and make sure that something like that is included in their rules.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? All right. Seeing none, I guess the last thing that I would say is I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. I am a strong supporter of it. I agree with Representative Smith's recitation earlier. And I guess the only other thing I would say is I understand that there are strong differences of opinion on this. 30 years ago, if if I had been faced with this issue, I'm not sure I would have had the same view I have now. You're young and you sort of, you're invincible. At 74 years old, fortunately, knock on wood, I think I'm still in relatively good health. But, I realize that I'm in the autumn of my life, and I want the liberty, if the circumstances arise when the choice is endure terrible suffering or be able to end it in a more peaceful way. I want that option. And I think if I should have that option, it seems to me that everybody should have that option. I understand the concerns that are raised about, this is a slippery slope. I understand the slippery slope argument. I've made the slippery slope argument myself in some contexts. But here, it seems to me, we, the legislature, will be in control of whether there are changes to what is allowed now. And I mean, to me, the key provision of this bill is that you be within 6 months of death. I can't imagine ever supporting something that was more than that. That if you're not within 6 months of death, but you're severely depressed or you're disabled or something like that, that somehow is an excuse to allow you to end your life. I would say absolutely not. And I think that most people in New Hampshire and around the country would say that also. And so, what that means is the legislature has to draw lines. But that's what we do. We draw lines. Every bill we're going to exec today, I bet you, there's some line drawing. We say you can do this, but you can't do that. That's why we were elected. So I think we can competently draw those lines, and I think where they're drawn here are the appropriate lines. Any further comments? Yes, Representative Lanza and then Representative Perez.
So I'm a nurse, and I'm going to say honestly that I really also support this because I have witnessed many people who have died over the years. And I will tell you, as an option is very important. I think that having witnessed people who have died through hospice, it's very hard to. You have medications in your home, even with hospice, okay? And you are self-administering you are administering, helping them. But with this is an option for a person who is terminally ill, has that 6 months or less to live. And that is giving them that option. Again, it's an option. And I want to keep on saying that option. Nobody, as I say, is forcing that person to take this medication. It is their option. If they, as I say, because many people have witnessed deaths before. And this is not easy. It's not an easy part of life. As I say, we all know that we come into the world and then we have to die. And it's not, as I say, easy to witness death, especially with loved ones. But at the same time, to give them the option to be present for families if they want, whatever they want is their decision to make. But again, I think it's definitely what you have to think about is an option for our people in the state of New Hampshire. And that's why I need to speak up about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perez.
First, there is no standard of life expectancy for a terminal ill patient. No standard. Secondly, I have never fought the intent of the bill. I have only fought the flaws of the bill. Hospice requires you to have your attending physician and a hospice doctor be the ones to certify you to become hospice. Can't we at least have that kind of standard, that at least your attending doctor who has been treating you is part of the decision? This is two arbitrary physicians or nurse practitioners. Basically, there's nowhere in here that says the doctor who said you're going to die in 6 months is involved. It says your medical records, but there's no requirement in here that your medical records are reviewed. If hospice has done a wonderful job, but yet we have a page and a half in here protecting the doctors. Yes, I did speak to a lawyer in another state who deals with malpractice exclusively. I sent him the bill. This bill opens us up, and you have so many lawyers here. It amazes me. This bill opens up everybody for all kinds. You know, you could have two doctors and set up an office, and this is what they did for a living. They chose to do this. Come on down, fix the bill. There's no residence requirement here. Fix the bill. And if you want to talk about people who wrote letters, we all just got a letter, and this is something that came up during the hearing that I had never thought about. The two young people who came were afraid for their peers that this would give them, it's okay to kill yourself. We just got a letter from a college student at the University of New Hampshire, a resident of Rochester, opposing this bill. By normalizing the act of ending one's life with medical assistance, especially in the state where suicide rates among youth are already too high, you are effectively stating that an acceptable solution to life's challenges is killing yourself. This proposed legislation would undermine all the good work the state has done on suicide prevention. That's from a youngster we're considering. And if you want to talk about discrimination, this bill discriminates against people under the age of 18 with terminal illnesses. What right do we have to do that? This bill is flawed. Raise the bar. Raise the bar. At least use the standards that hospice uses. At least use those standards for people. Don't let people send up a stop-by shop. Fix the bill.
Other comments? All right, seeing none, I guess we're ready, and I'm going to have a roll call even on the amendment. So I ask the clerk, please, to call the roll on, this is on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment, 0808H.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
No.
Rep. Andrews,
No.
Rep. Khan, Rep. Stapleton,
No.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Greason,
No.
Clerk Kutab votes yes. Rep. Perez,
No.
Rep. Smith,
Yes.
Rep. Horrigan,
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo,
Yes.
Rep. Kenny,
Yes.
Rep. Seibert,
Yes.
Rep. Devine,
Yes.
Rep. Lanza,
Yes.
Rep. Manos,
Yes.
Rep. Turer,
Yes.
Rep. Ming,
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Amendment passes 14-6.
All right, now we are, well, I should ask, are there any other amendments that anyone wishes to offer?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move amendment number 2024-0690H.
690, okay, is there a second? All right, moved by Representative Alexander, second by Representative Perez. Representative Smith, if you don't have I have a copy if you want. That's still one on the suicide, eliminating the suicide. All right. Representative Alexander, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just briefly, if the state's sanctioning suicide, I think we should remove the council. It seems like it's not needed if that's the direction we want to go. So thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
I believe it's ludicrous to have say on one hand one thing and on the other thing. And I know the Coalition for the Prevention of Suicide, which I have great respect for, is against this amendment. But at the same token, what about we're allowing, children have told us, young adults have told us, why bother? Why bother? You're making it okay to commit suicide, and you can call it whatever you want to call it, but it is assisted suicide.
Any other comments? All right, so my only comment is I have to say honestly, I think this amendment is beyond the pale. It is sort of a poison pill. That what is the theory that even if you view this as the main bill here as being some kind of assisted suicide, which I do not, but even if you view that as the case, is the answer to that to say the people who say we are opposed to suicide, the answer by this amendment is to say, well, then we'll allow even more suicide. How does that make any sense? It just seems to me I have difficulty understanding how that could possibly make sense. Representative Perez.
In every state and in every country that has adopted this, the rates of suicide have increased.
And have the states that have other states that have adopted this also adopted a provision eliminating their suicide council so that we could sort of encourage more suicide?
No, but you say you don't consider this assisted suicide. What do you consider it?
Consider it exactly. I consider it medical aid in dying. That's what I consider. Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took this amendment to be a warning flag, not necessarily a literal improvement or disapproval to the bill, but a warning flag, because this is medical assisted suicide. And if we're going to allow suicide and creeping human nature to expand things to other people who are on the fringe or the edge, the limits start to move. If it's 6 months, maybe it goes to 7. Maybe the terminal illness expands into other areas of infirmity or weakness or depression or dementia or Alzheimer's or any number of things. And this has already happened in other countries, especially in Canada, that is now just put on hold an expansion for assisted suicide from mental illness. They're putting that off for 3 years. You can structure guide rails and safeguards, but you can't contain the variability of human nature, unguided by maybe some principles of ethics or morality, to want an advantage to expand it to their particular case. And then we feel sorry for the poor people who don't know who they are, their dementia or Down syndrome or any number of maladies and infirmities. I just see this as a creeping toward it. And this is the warning flag. We're opening a dangerous door here. And I have many constituents, and myself too, that under moral beliefs and faith beliefs that this is tampering with God's providence in the protection of life and the sanctity of life in the gift that's given us, and ignoring the hope that we had, development that we have in hospice and palliative care, and kind of setting that aside and say, okay, let's put this one out there. And I see that there are a number of problems with this whole thing, but two of which I focused on. You have, in one case, a couple of years ago, we eliminated the death penalty in the state of New Hampshire. And one of the reasons we eliminated it is this cruel and unusual punishment, and it's death by injection, replaced other more horrendous means. And there's been a number of failures, botches, and bunglings with this, even with physicians in attendance. And we're going to leave this procedure up to the individual, with or without a physician. And what about the cocktail? This is just one place it's not acceptable in society, and now we're going to make it acceptable in special circumstances, which again can be expanded and probably will be expanded, as we've seen in other countries. I can't go there. We shouldn't go there. We should hold back from this and focus on the more productive and life-saving and healing aspects of good hospice and palliative care. I can't do this.
Other comments on the amendment? Representative Perez.
Yes, and it was a warning. That is specifically why I put the bill in. It is a warning that this is going to happen here, just like it has everywhere else. So therefore, my warning, I hope, is heard, and I withdraw my amendment.
I'm sorry, you withdraw your amendment has been withdrawn. All right. All right. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll follow the sponsor of the amendment's lead on this.
All right, so the amendment is withdrawn.
I've now lost.
All right. I think, is there any other amendments? I don't think we have any. So I think we're on to the main bill. Do I have a motion of ought to pass with amendment? You have Representative Smith?
I so move, Mr. Chair.
All right, any further discussion on the main bill? Yes, Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everybody, for coming today. This is a contentious bill either way, no matter how we vote. I am one of the older ones sitting here, and everybody thinks, oh, you look healthy, blah, blah, blah. I have health issues. I have helped take care of my father-in-law who died of cancer. There's nothing you can tell me about death. I have lived enough years, I've seen enough of it. But I'm going to tell you right here and right now, I will vote no on this bill because I do not believe in assisted suicide. I think it's terrible. I don't think the government should be playing this game. I think there's a lot of holes in this bill. The survey that was done by UNH, the second question, are you disabled? That really floored me and made me really open my eyes. Where are we heading? What are we doing? So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew I'm going to vote no on this bill, and I will never change my mind. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Representative Greason, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not made very many comments on this bill, listening to what everybody else has to say. And I have heard just about everything that I would have said, especially from Representative Stapleton just a few moments ago, who I think knocked it out of the park. But one thing that has not been brought up that I will say now is I don't think we have the ability. First of all, I think this bill is going to leave this committee with an OTPA recommendation. But I think it's a Pyrrhic victory. Because I think what's going to end up happening is it is going to change. It will continually change until eventually, maybe not in your lifetime, perhaps not in mine, but I do believe it will be in mine. it won't be too long before options start being eliminated, and the only option for treatment will be the 1283 pill. Because healthcare costs keep skyrocketing, and we're not doing anything to actually resolve that problem. We cut costs by prescribing pills. Medical procedures cost more money. Pill costs a lot less money. We can make more of them cheaper. And eventually it's going to be, no, palliative care is too expensive at this point. It's not really worth the effort. The only thing we will approve, this is the insurance companies, the only treatment we will approve is the 1283 pill. There won't be any options. And I don't think as a society that we have the ability to restrain ourselves, the character to do it, to restrain ourselves. Because we can look out around the globe and we can see everywhere this is being done, it continually changes to expand the field of who is qualified, to where now even in some countries, parents are making their decisions for their own children. If a child has a health condition, then the parent decides what to do about the child. And eventually it's not going to be a terminal illness. It's going to be just because the child is difficult to deal with. And we're going to end up having post-birth abortions, for lack of a better term. And y'all can call it a conspiracy theory or nut job, whatever. But if you watch what's actually taking place, we have so devalued life in this country and around the world. That's where we're headed. And I agree with Representative Andrus that there's not an amendment you can make to this bill that can convince me to pass it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to repeat Representative Greason's points, very well made, but there was another thing that concerns me. We set the parameters and the safeguards and the guardrails, but once you put out the 6 months, it's a red line. It glows in the dark relative to people seeing that and seeing, oh, there's a window of opportunity here. And that's what suicide ideation and tendency for ways out for depressed and lonely people will see that and pick up on it. But who else can pick up on it? Insurance companies. Insurance companies are out there to make money. And if you have a case where even before a 6 months terminal prognosis, you have a person that wants to go for every protection and every chance for life he can, and the insurance company is going to control the procedure, and instead of authorizing a $50,000 cancer regimen or fix, oh, we've got this death-assisted suicide thing. We're not going to go the 50 grand, but we'll authorize the assisted suicide. You can't control human nature, and that's the uncertain variable in all of this, along with many other things that are problematic here. I think it's time that we got back to some basic life value principles that comes out of ethics and morality, and let's start striving for better palliative and hospice care and involvement with families and whatever else we have to do instead of taking what I consider a cheap way out. This is not a slippery slope. This is a step off a precipice, and I can't support it in any way, amendment or no.
All right, other comments? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have listened respectfully, as I hope I always do, to the comments of my colleagues. And what makes me sad is not that they do not agree with this as an alternative. the whole principle of the legislative process, the whole principle of a democracy is that we have disparate views. We come to issues with different perspectives, with different values, and therefore it's when we come together and talk about those in a positive way that we can understand how other people feel and we can help shape our own beliefs. And I think that is very important. It is why, for example, that I have always listened with respect to my colleague who preceded me, even though we disagree on so many issues. But I respect so the philosophy that he brings, and I want to learn from it. My problem, however, is that I try always to do, as we learned years ago on Dragnet, to listen to just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. And much of what has been said has been influenced not by facts, not by demonstrated results, not by proven experience in other states, but by beginning with a prejudgment and then trying to go on from there. I, for example, I'm aware of what has happened in the Netherlands. I'm aware of what has happened in Canada. I am very pleased that I live in this country. I can't actually come up now with 3 or 4 or 1 example of a law that passed in Canada that we then copied here wholesale because it was in Canada. Or the same thing for the Netherlands. We have different ways of reaching our judgments here. And I value those different ways of reaching judgments. I don't want to ever find myself in a situation where I am quibbling about words, where I am quibbling about what does suicide mean as against medical aid in dying. Although I see tremendous differences, I know that when people die as a result of suicide, very frequently it's a violent death. Very frequently, it is an of-the-moment decision, and because the means happens to be available, somebody acts on it, whereas if the means hadn't been there, they might not have acted in that way and waited for a mood to change. I know that most suicides take place when the person is alone. Some of that is because of their mood. Some of it is to protect their family so that their family isn't there to see the end. I think that's awful. I look at the statistics that come from about the end of life that many veterans, a shocking number of veterans experience, and because they've been trained to use weapons, they've been trained to solve problems with weapons, they choose a violent death. And what does that do to their families who they leave behind? What does that do to the community? What does that do to our sense of obligation to those people who really we sent into a situation where the first thing we expected them to do is to give up their own values? This is not what this bill is about. And we live in a toxic environment. I doubt if there's anyone in this room who doesn't feel, if not depressed, at least low in spirit about what is going on around us about people dying, about violence, about disrespect for individuals, lack of concern for our neighbor, all of that. These are tough times that we're all going through. I believe that what this is an attempt to address in a careful, narrow, structured, responsible, legal way an opportunity to provide an option for those people who choose to take advantage of this option and who are able to make an informed decision about the end of their own life. And I hope that we can continue to improve hospice. When we first began these discussions in this legislature, where I participated in 1997, before perhaps some of you were born, hospice was paralyzed to do what they now do appropriately, which is to address issues of pain. And we've come to understand different ideas of pain over the time. Is hospice getting all the support that it needs? Is palliative care getting? Of course not. Is any area of medical care getting all the support that it needs? Absolutely not. But here is one example where it is appropriate to, I believe, for those few people who would be eligible and who would choose to take advantage, to have this option, and to know at the same time that in a democratic, small d democratic society, I know Representative Greason is going to say we're a republic, not a democracy, but that's okay. For the point of this argument, I think I could say this, that the legislature will continue to be in charge and will continue to say this works or this doesn't work. I can give you a very clear example of that it takes place in Oregon, a state we've already mentioned, and that is Oregon moved a few years ago to completely decriminalize drug use. And they have now come to decide that that was not the best way to handle the horrible problem that we have in this country about drug use. And they're changing. It's the legislature that is looking and watching and changing and keeping control. And I believe that this bill gives the legislature an opportunity to act responsibly, knowing full well, and one would hope with some faith in the integrity and intelligence of future legislatures, to know that there will continue to be close eyes kept on this and every other issue that is happening at this moment in every other room here in the Legislative Office Building. And I hope, therefore, that an overwhelming majority of this committee will join the rest of us in supporting this bill, in bringing it to the House, and then to have the House be able to decide whether to send this bill on to the Senate, where we start the entire thing all over again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, there's one disturbing point that I did forget to point out earlier. You are guilty of a Class B felony for trying to stop somebody from doing this. We talked about coercion in trying to coerce somebody into taking the medication, but what we have here is a Class B felony penalty for trying to stop somebody from doing it. Now, it uses the terms coercing or exerting undue influence, but we don't define what is coercion or undue influence. And it's going to become so subjective that just simply, no, please stop, is going to be considered undue influence. So without those definitions, you're now guilty of a Class B felony. So we're going to, we have so devalued life, and we want to make sure that somebody can take their own life, that we're going to actually make a felon out of somebody who simply tries to stop them from doing it. And I know you could think they're going to duct tape their wrists to the chairs or whatever. That's not what's going to happen. It's going to be a please don't do this, and now you're going to be a felon. But since there are no witnesses to all of this, how are you going to prove anything? But with that, I say we move the question. We've already been on this for an hour and 10 minutes.
Representative Perez, if you have something new to say, please. Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I don't lie. I have been called honest to a fault, and it has gotten me in trouble multiple times. And I had no preconceived idea on this because having seen people die and have worked in intensive care for many years, I see both sides of the story. But the bill is what I have fought. There's no residency. It has the word pleasant in it. It is not a pleasant death for everyone. That's misleading. Why not just have the standards that proven hospice has had? Hospice has standards for how you enter it, but yet we're eliminating those proven standards and letting basically any physician give you permission, not even your prescribing physician. And California did change. They went from 15-day wait to a 48-hour, and it went up by 65%. 65%. All I'm asking you to do, for the people, you mentioned Oregon, how they had a law that, for drugs, and now they're going to change it. What about all the people that suffered because there was no criminalization of drugs? Are we going to pass a bill with flaws and then say, whoops, we got to change it because this happened and this happened and this happened? Why not just get a good bill first? And as far as those of us that are Republicans, we have principles. We have our platform of principles. And one of the principles in this platform specifically states that we oppose euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide. I will not go against what I pledge to follow, especially when we have a faulty bill.
Any other, yes, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real brief comment, because I heard a comment that really bothered me a few comments ago. I completely reject the idea that this bill would allow a, quote, cheap way out, end quote, or any negative connotation that I've heard. We in this room will never experience what a person in that state is experiencing until we are there, and we don't know what options we will value until you're there. In New Hampshire, we value freedom. So some of these comments have really surprised me. I agree with the sentiment from Representative Smith that some of these comments are not based in fact, so I won't repeat those. But this is a well thought out bill that has been worked on for a long time and studied. It's a bill of compassion, not cruelty, and it's a dignified, quote, way out, end quote, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, we want to base something on facts. I want to give you a fact, and then I want to give you a true experience. No doctor, I don't care who they are, I don't care if you have 20 of them, they have no right to tell a person you got 6 months to live. My father, many years ago, had an accident. He ended up in the hospital. I'll make this fast. He was mentally incompetent. After about 30 days, the doctor said to me and the rest of my family, he will never be any different. We knew my father didn't want to live that way, so we had all the tubes and everything pulled from him. My father kept living. My father's mental ability came back. He went and had rehabilitation, and he went home. He was in his 80s and lived several more years. So the fact is, the doctors have no real right to tell somebody how long they're going to live because they don't know no more than we do. Thank you.
Any other comments? Or, yes.
Yeah, I have
Representative-
one. Just real quickly, I feel compelled to tell this story. A lot of you do not know, but about a year ago, I was really sick. And I'm actually currently awaiting heart transplant. And if I hadn't got accepted to the LVAD program, which I have on me right now, that's why I carry a bag with me everywhere I go, then I would be in hospice right now. And I would definitely have had a year or less to live. And so I would have liked this option coming upon the 6th month if I would have been, I don't know if I would have been accepted to do that or not, but I was this close and I would have liked to have had that option. And, for the record, I don't want to die, so thank you.
Any other comments? Oh, Representative Horrigan.
Yes, I was almost tempted to ask for a substitute and not be here today, but this is obviously, as Representative Smith, as we all know, pointed out, as you all know, we're all going to die eventually, and some people die suddenly, some people die gradually, and most people, they're lucky, they do die gradually, and they have some inkling, whether it's just days or months in advance of that the end is finally going to come, and that's always been the case. That's always going to be the case, regardless of what happens to this bill. But I think we already do provide people who are near the end with aid in dying, and this just changes the way we do it in a limited range of cases. Many patients reach a point where any of the interventions that could be done to prolong their life would be just as likely to kill them as what they have, and some conditions aren't treatable. So regardless of what we do with this bill, it's still a fact of life that we're all going to die, and many of us, if we're lucky, we won't die suddenly, but we'll be able to pass with some advance warning, and we're all going to need most of us are going to need some sort of aid in dying, regardless of what we do with this bill. And I know I've seen it recently with a family member, and I've even seen it with members of this legislature. I know of at least a couple who, some who are friends with, I've had to, aid them in the last weeks or months of their life. I didn't necessarily do as much as I wish I had. So even us New Hampshire state reps, we're all going to die eventually. And so I think we all need some sort of aid in dying. So I have some doubts about this bill, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and it's not taking us off a precipice. And even if there is a slippery slope, we're not required to go down that slippery slope, and we often. So I probably now I'm wishing, anyways, that I don't know if I'm making any sense, but that's I think we're going to need to provide people who are near the end of their lives with aid in dying anyway. That's not something we can avoid doing. So this bill just changes how we do it for a certain limited class of people. So thanks.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, what I'm going to do, and I'm sorry for the people in the audience here, but as you may have noticed, our clerk had to step out because she needed to be briefly somewhere else on another bill that it seemed to me it would have been unfair to not allow her to do that. And probably that's my fault because I let everybody, including myself, drone on longer than we should have, perhaps. But what I'm going to do, I thought this was an important bill, and I thought it was important for everyone to have their full say. We're going to take a very brief recess until Representative Kutab returns. As soon as she does return, I'll then call the question and we'll have the vote. All right, so we're in recess for a short period of time. All right, all right. I'm going to, I think everybody's back. I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee back to order. And I believe everybody has now had an opportunity to have, everybody has had a full chance to have their say. So I'm now going to ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1283 as amended.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
No.
Rep. Andrews.
No.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
No.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
No.
Clerk Katab votes no. Rep. Perez.
No.
Rep. Smith.
Yes.
Rep. Horrigan.
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
No.
Rep. Kenny.
Yes.
Rep. Seibert.
Yes.
Rep. Devine.
Yes.
Rep. Lanza.
Yes.
Rep. Manos.
Yes.
Rep. Turer.
Yes.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-7.
All right. Representative Smith, may I ask you if you'd write the majority report?
Mr. Chair, did I get the short straw? Yes, I'd be happy to write it. Thank you.
And who will write the minority report? Representative Stapleton? All right. And you know, can I ask on the reports? We're going to be here for a long time today, and we're going to have we have the whole session tomorrow. So, can I ask that reports be turned in by the end of the day on Friday, please? I'm sorry. Yes,
So
Representative.
when do we anticipate this going to the floor?
My suspicion. I mean, it won't be next week. My suspicion is it'll be the week after. That's all right.
Right, thanks.
All right.
It can't be next week because we can't get into tomorrow's calendar in time.
Right. So, all right. So next I'm going to turn to House Bill 1002, and I recognize Representative Katab for a motion.
I would move to pass, and I'd like to introduce an amendment.
Right? Is
The,
there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Kinney. All right.
The amendment is amendment number 2024-930H, and I'm going to pass it out to everybody. And I also have another paper to kind of go along as well, so I could take one of each and pass them down.
This down to you also. All right, so the motion has been moved and seconded, and Representative Katab, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could you give us the amendment number again?
Yes, it's 930H. So I believe that this amendment offers a balanced solution to a complex problem. I have reached out to everybody that I possibly could and worked with anybody that was willing to come up with this. And I want to thank everybody that came together to work on this. I really do appreciate all of the efforts. At the end of the day, I think certain people will argue against any change that doesn't put the entire burden of the cost of requests to the taxpayers. And when I look at how much a $10,000 request cost to taxpayers who have a home valuation of 500,000 in certain towns, it's really quite alarming, and that's what this sheet shows us. If you look over to a town like Roxbury, one of these requests would cost each of these taxpayers $201.38. And if you consider that somebody putting in the request may not even live in that district, it would cost them $0. And when you think about the fact that that's only one request, what if somebody were to put 10 requests into a municipality like that and it were to cost them $2,013.82? That's really quite a bit of money for each of those taxpayers to foot the bill. And then what if these are big requests to a charter school and you consider the fact that many of these charter schools have minimal funding and they run on donations? You could literally shut down a charter school because a request is so big and they don't have the finances to pay for it. I went through and tried to do all of my homework on this. I read through the statutes of all 50 states in regards to the right to know laws. And 42 of the states charge. Of the 8 who don't, 2 of them allow you to deny burdensome requests. And of the 6 who don't charge and don't allow to deny, New Hampshire included, they all have bills to address similar issues as what we're doing. The most free time allowed before charging of the 42 states that charge is 4 hours. Massachusetts and Nebraska give 4 hours free. This amendment allows for 2.5 times this with 10 hours. I've also read through all of the cases of right to know cases in the New Hampshire courts, and I don't think that there's anything more that can possibly be looked into at this point. There is persuasive case law where it was decided in the Hillsborough Superior Court that 2 months of emails between 2 City of Nashua employees was too broad, and the parties were ordered to meet and confer within 14 days to engage in a good faith effort to narrow the focus of the request to both the city, for the benefit of both the city and the requester. The Supreme Court later called out in that same case for the legislative body to address this. They said, quote, whether limitations should be imposed upon the scope of permissible right to know requests, or rather further accommodations should be made in the right to know law to address potentially unreasonably burdensome requests, is an issue best addressed in the first instance by the legislature with due consideration for the mandate of Part 1, Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution. So what this amendment changes is it adds a waiver in here for indigent parties to ensure that information is truly available to everybody and not stopped because of finances. It requires that if a party seeks a determination that the number of hours may be unreasonable, that a determination is made by the ombudsman or the court within 10 business days. It also adds in a clause that bodies aren't liable if they act in good faith to redact information if something is missed. We've heard that some bodies are over redacting and or sending these to attorneys to redact for fear of missing something. And that's creating a backlog at times with responding to requests. There's already no punishment for this anyways in the statute, but this is just making it crystal clear that there's no liability if they act in good faith and they miss something. It's also explicitly allowing for the use of automated redaction software tools in conjunction with a person spot checking it, which when reading statutes in other states, some of the other states are utilizing this, and I think that would be a move in the right direction. And then it allows for a charge once the time nears what has already been found unreasonable by the court, and it encourages some reconsideration, or rather the request is appropriate, or if the parties can work together without cutting off somebody's request to narrow it down a bit. And it's important to note that it's 10 hours a month from any public body who has chosen to implement this via a policy. This is enabling legislation, and you don't have to implement it if it's not a problem in your town. And the next month, somebody could put in another request that would also reset the clock for 10 hours. So this is 10 hours in a month. So this is a problem that really spans small towns to large cities. We had Sunapee and Keene in here to testify in support. We've received information from Londonderry about the costs of the large request. Select boards such as Goffstown have voted unanimously to support the bill. And what we're doing is merely giving them optional tools that they can discuss on a local level and debate with as much vigor as we have here. And I really hope that we can support this solution to give bodies the option to use these tools. And I'd like to once again thank everybody who has worked very hard to come up with this reasonable solution to this complex problem. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Other Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I have a couple points to make. I know this amendment is a drastic change from the previous amendment offered during our work session. Can you please explain the differences between the amendment you offered a couple weeks ago and the amendment today? And then can you also talk about, I know in the previous amendment it talked about vexatious requests. Is there any sort of language in here that would provide a solution to what we, or at least define vexatious requests? I'm not against the bill, but I think maybe perhaps we should study this more as a committee throughout the summer and kind of into the fall. So I'm wondering, can you talk about the change in the amendment and why you like let up on it in one amendment and then you brought it back to like the original bill? I feel like this is kind of moving it back to the original bill. Can you talk about that a little more?
Sure, thank you. So nobody was in support of that amendment. It was very clear. You also weren't in support of it. So I pivoted back the other way. The original supporters of the original bill also weren't in support. I talked to anybody who was willing to work on this. I don't think there's anything else that could possibly be looked into at this point. I mean, I have a spreadsheet cataloged of all the statutes from all 50 states. I don't think that there's anything else that can be looked into. I think it is a complex problem, but I mean, if there was some magical solution available, I think one of the 42 other states that have studied this before us would have found it. I think this is the best solution. I think, again, we are offering, 2.5 times what the least free amount of time that states that charge are offering. They're offering 4 hours, and many of them aren't even giving that. Some of them charge for any time at all, and many of them it's 2 hours, and there's only 2 that are offering that 4-hour point. So we did pivot back. I think the other amendment, it just got too complicated, and it would have put us in the place that we are now, which is the court constantly having to decide that this is unreasonable and the parties need to work together. And I just don't think that that's really practical. I think the parties should be able to work together to narrow things down, and I think that will absolutely happen when they're encroaching on that 10-hour mark. I think parties will absolutely be able to come together with the town and be like, okay, let's work on this. And if it's really not a malicious request. And I do think it's important to note that, we're not, nothing here is requiring that somebody is even a resident of any body. So people can be putting in requests from Florida and just using this as literally a weapon to charge up taxes for other people. And that just is something that I really do think we need to address. Nothing else can you just, that I'm aware of, can you just go into and have whatever amount of whatever you want for free with no check and balance and no vote on anything. I mean, we vote on every single other budget and warrant article on it, but the fact that somebody could even put in 100 requests into a municipality that's small, and you could literally have those people each paying 20 grand and potentially losing their homes because they can't afford that. I think it makes sense. So yes, it is a pivot back towards the original bill, but it does address some of the concerns that were brought up, including the indigent clause in here, and also allowing for, and also explicitly putting in here that the body is not responsible for civil damages as long as they're acting in good faith, and also allowing for the use of automated software to produce the redactions, which a few other states have also put into their statutes. So that is kind of the reason for the pivot. And if there was agreement on that other amendment, we could have gone towards it, but it was very clear in the work session that people were just not in favor of it. So that's where we ended up with this. And thank you.
If I could just follow, could I just follow up real quick?
Sure.
So one of the objections was by the New Hampshire Press Association, who is upset that this bill would keep them from finding out information about their government and holding government accountable. So in situations where it seems like the onus is on the requester to find a solution with the agency to ask for the information, like to find a solution to narrow their scope. I guess I'm wondering, like, do you think that this bill with the $25 an hour after 10 hours would hurt the ability for the press to access government information and then disseminate to the public?
Thank you for that question. No, I do not think it would hurt it. And when I went through other state statutes, that was not a common theme, that other states were including any sort of exemption for that. In looking at the logs of requested data, there were not requests in those logs from the media that were taking over 10 hours. So no, I don't think that would have any impact at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Tur, and then Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for bringing this amendment. I was opposed to the last amendment that was brought for a range of reasons that I won't go into, but I think it definitely took us in the wrong direction for solving this problem. It was quite subjective in terms of having to prove things like vexatiousness and commercial use that really aren't easily dealt with, and put a lot of burden on the town in terms of process that might have even exceeded the value of the protections that it was desired to afford. I voted for the original bill that passed our committee with a majority, passed the House. It was sent back to us in a reconsideration, and that's fine. I think an honest effort has been made to improve the bill in a few ways. I particularly like that the new that the amendment offers explicit protection for people who would find the cost of paying the fee to be a financial burden. The original bill, I thought, offered the protection of the ombudsman able to say that the town was, or municipality, whatever it was, was excessively estimating the cost. This goes further and says not only might it not be excessive, even if they're making a request that does legitimately involve a large amount of time, there must be a provision that says if someone's going to find that financially burdensome, that fee can be waived. So I think it affords a lot of protection to the process, and I hope if this passes that it would not hurt 91A, but 91A I feel is under attack to some degree with these, uses of it as a tool to continually put in large requests with almost no sort of incentive to reduce your requests. I think this would make the process stronger, and I'll end by saying I also think with the idea of automated redaction and some other bills that we've heard that sort of say that a town has to, or a municipality has to produce electronic records electronically. They can't sort of just put it into a copying process in order to increase costs. The ability to upload it into an automated system, all these things are going to further reduce the time that it takes to fill a request, further reduce the number of requests that might hit this standard going forward. And, I think with the new protections that are added, hopefully, I would like to see it continue to go forward as we voted the last time with even greater safeguards. Thanks.
Other comments? Yes, Representative Kinney.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Me? Okay.
Representative DiLorenzo and then Representative Kinney. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question of the sponsor. I'm reading your chart, Representative Kutab, about the property tax impact of $10,000 increase. And I wanted to know, first of all, what happens when it goes through the town or city attorney, and that makes an impact. Is that impact paid by insurance?
Thank you for that question. So just to give a little background on this chart, I realized that I didn't. I downloaded this data from the Department of Revenue, which gives all the tax rates in each town, and I did choose the static number of a $500,000 home valuation. Most of these towns are many of these towns are putting these larger requests out to contract attorneys, and so even if they have an attorney like the city of Nashua, for example, will often put these out to a contract attorney because they just don't have the capacity to do it all. But particularly the smaller towns, they don't have an attorney on staff. So that's where that kind of came in from. And we had in the log several examples of these $10,000 requests that were coming in. And so that's why I put that in. And I think it's important to just show that, you know, I think we're assuming that, oh, these costs, these are just going to cost pennies. And it really doesn't. And it adds up, and it depends on the size of the town, how much it's causing. And some of these, I think we should have a little pause when a number is getting to be this high. Is this request appropriate? So thank you.
But just to follow up, so what about when the town's insurance pays for the damages rather than the damages being hit the town budget?
Oh, so in terms of like redacting the request, the insurance would never pay to redact the request. They might pay for a lawsuit with the town, but they're not going to pay for if somebody's making a right to know request. Insurance wouldn't cover the cost of redactions.
That's not my question. Sorry.
But this is, so this chart is showing the $10,000 that they're the cost of kind of making the request available when you're putting it to an attorney to go and redact it.
Okay.
So in terms of like a lawsuit, if the insurance picked it up, I mean, I don't know what the impact would be because I assume that the cost of the insurance would increase, but I didn't go into that end of it.
Well, thank you for your answer. And that's my prime question is how much, you know, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Kinney.
Well, I have just a comment. So I'm on this amendment too, and I do, no matter where you fall on this issue, I do urge you to support the amendment, even if you don't support OTPA, because I think this amendment does improve the original bill. So I've struggled with this more than I've struggled on most bills in the past 6 years. I want to start by saying that I know how much work the prime sponsor has put into this. Representative Kutab does her homework. She knows this inside and out, you know, and I've worked with her, and any question I've had, she was able to answer. And I truly applaud her ability to work across the aisle and her work ethic in general. Initially, I was ITL, and I will concede that I have accepted that there is an issue and that perhaps the legislature could implement something that fully resolves it, but answers the concerns of the other side. I truly was going to support OTPA, but then I started talking to committee members, and it did seem like many were unsure, going back and forth, confused on some parts of it, and many did express the sentiment that they would like to continue to work on it. To be transparent, this would be a huge change to 91A, except the ombudsman, probably the biggest one that I would see in my 6 years so far. Everyone has admitted how complex this issue is. And this amendment did answer some of my main concerns, but I know there are other valid concerns out there. And I want this committee to be able to be confident in their position and take the time to look into something so complex. And although the prime sponsor has, I know we've had a lot of work, and when that happens, historically, it is justified to study it and allow the stakeholders and people who are interested to come together and continue to try to find a solution. So I know I will upset some people with my vote today, but I do urge the committee to pass the amendment, but then not support OTPA, but also not support ITL, only support an interim study. So we can hash this out, keep looking at it. I promise this is in good faith. I'll continue to work at good faith with the stakeholders. But I think a lot of compelling points have been brought to us. And when we're changing 91A in this manner, let's not rush it. There is no rush. Thank you.
Other comments? Representative Perez.
First of all, I am very much aware that this bill is a Londonderry bill, that it came to cause because of Londonderry. And when I was the only rep in Londonderry that voted against it, I wondered why, and then I found out why. Okay. I have a couple of questions on it. How do we define financial hardship? I mean, the stock market went way down yesterday. I could consider myself a financial hardship because of that. You know, I'd like that. How do we define that? The other is multiple requests from any person or entity to the same public body within 30-day time periods is one request. That I have an issue with, because with town meetings and school board meetings coming up, fortunately, I haven't had to put in a 91A request because they're pretty good about getting back to me. But I know I've asked for information probably in the past month 6 or 7 times from the SAU office, and probably 3 or 4 times from the town. That I have a concern about, because when you get information from one thing, that often makes you have to go deeper to find out the next thing. So I have a concern about that. I think this is great to do this, but what I would have liked to have seen is, in the past 12 months, how much have towns spent on 91As? Now, I happen to have spoken to a town councilor in Londonderry. Londonderry has never spent more than 10 hours, much less on any individual's right to know. The average is 3 hours, okay? The problem they had is that Kevin Smith was our town manager for 8 or 9 years, and then he ran for Senate, and they had 91As coming in from all over the United States, and both parties, that was a huge thing. But in the past year, they haven't spent much, as far as I know, on 91As. So, I mean, are we fixing a problem that isn't there, or are we fixing a problem that might be there only for 1 or 2 communities? So I would like to see it looked at. I'd like to really see how much people are spending. I mean, I can't believe that some of these little towns are spending over $10,000 on 91As. And then there's the question, why do they use a lawyer? When I can get my questions answered by calling up and saying, gee, would you give me the numbers on this? Why are they using lawyers to do this? Now, Londonderry may be using a lawyer because they've had multiple lawsuits not connected with 91As, but recently. But I want to see it cleaned up a little bit more. I think, Caitlin, it's a great job. I'm glad you got rid of the one you had last time. But maybe we can add in out-of-state entities. Maybe that's one, because it was the out-of-state entities that were causing the problem, I know, during Kevin Smith's Center.
All right, my Representative Andrus, and then Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Caitlin has done a great job on all the background work, but I agree with my colleagues. I think this needs interim study. This is a complex issue. This isn't something that we can throw through and, well, everybody's going to be happy at the other end. There are so many questions, and I think a committee why is needed. I've asked people questions. I think each one of us on this committee have probably asked others questions or obtained information, but the whole committee doesn't have all the information. I hope you know what I'm trying to say. And I really question if this is still constitutional. I realize there's some problems out there, but to me, it's just certain towns or cities. Why do we punish everybody in the state of New Hampshire if there's only a few problems? I mean, most towns, small towns I've heard of, I've never heard of any problem with 91A requests. And I have a couple of questions on here I'd love to give to Caitlin. On the amendment, what does reasonably described mean? And at the bottom of page 1, where it says any public body or agency may suggest to the requester a reasonable modification, that is a pretty broad statement. I've done right to know requests before. And if the requester isn't sure what I want, they ask me to be specific. And I think, because I believe that if an agency tries to modify, then the requester may not be getting all the information they need, and they'll have to go back again. And then on page 2, F, the agency responsibility, what does that paragraph mean? Because I wasn't quite sure. Thanks.
All right, Representative Tripp. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. I'm sorry. Go
So
ahead.
the reasonably described, I agree with you that that's a very ambiguous statement, but that's currently what is already in law. I'm not changing that at all. And in looking back in the 2020 legislative session, there was a lot of back and forth, and they tried to come up with a better definition, and they just could not get agreement on it. So it was left at reasonably described. And so I think if you want me to be honest, what I've heard from some towns at this point is that when they are getting requests that they consider to be huge requests, some of the towns are saying, well, it's not reasonably described. You need to reasonably describe it. And they're not denying the request. They're just saying, describe it better. And it's a ping pong back and forth. And if the party won't do that, then they end up in court. But there is no definition of what's reasonably described. And I think that is part of the problem, but that's not a problem that I'm addressing in here. And in regards to the paragraph F, that was about the fact that it was brought up that some bodies are over redacting because they're nervous about getting sued. And we heard that testimony over and over. And there was a kind representative from Nashua who's an attorney that does right to know requests in Mass and New Hampshire, and pointed out that they're putting something in here that explicitly states that they wouldn't be civilly liable if they're acting in good faith and they miss redacting something, would help to, resolve some of it, as well as allowing them to use automated software to produce redactions, which is in a few other state statutes. So that's what that paragraph is regarding. So thank you.
All right, Representative Tripp, and then Representative Horrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the amendment is greatly improved. I like the sentence on 12 through 15, where if they're not going to provide the request within 5 days, that they provide an estimate of the cost of making a record within 5 days. I think that, in conjunction with on page 2, lines 15 and 16, where you make the statement that prior to charging any fees, that the agency creates a policy so that the practices are transparent, uniform, and consistent. Because if you don't know what the agency is going to use as metrics for producing these records, the estimate they give you on the first page means nothing. I think that having a policy that is transparent, uniform, and consistent would aid immensely in people defining what it is that they want on the 91A request. I'm a little uncertain as to what transparent, uniform, and consistent actually means. Could you provide some guidance here?
Yeah, so the intent behind that is so that people can see what exactly that the policy is, so that that's the transparent part about it. The uniform part about it was there was concern that some people were worried that, hey, I really like Alex, but I don't like Tim. So I'm going to charge Tim more than I'm going to charge Alex because I don't like I don't like him. And we want to make sure that that's not happening. We should, things should be uniform so that we don't have inconsistent practices and we're not charging one person more than the other. And in terms of I guess, as you were asking that, I remembered that Rep. Perez had asked about the definition of a financial hardship. That has to be within the public body's policy as well. So this is, given the public body, just as they implement policies on, tax abatements, they'd be implementing a policy on how they're gonna move forward with this. So I think it is really important to have a policy like this before just deciding that we're going to charge. And remember that this is enabling. So bodies don't have to, if it's not a problem in a town, they don't have to implement this. The selectmen don't have to vote to implement a policy. And if they do choose to implement a policy, it's up to $25 an hour. So that body may say, hey, we only want to charge people $5 an hour. This is all enabling and giving that choice to the local level control when there are these more problematic areas. So I think that that's really important that we do keep things fair.
All right, Representative Horgan.
Well, we've been mostly talking about municipalities, and unfortunately, even if we pass this bill with the amendment, there's still going to be cases of long-running disputes between a citizen and their town or city, which maybe can never really be solved, because a lot of times the right to know requests, people are looking for information which may not even in fact exist, or if it does exist, doesn't prove what they want it to do. But this also applies at other levels of government. I know there's a issue I've been working on, which luckily hasn't involved this committee, with a particular state program that is basically being administered by a contractor. There's a lot of questions about how the contractor operates and why they were chosen, and those type of issues. Sometimes you do need a wide-ranging right to know request, because it's, at least there's the appearance sometimes that the government body is actually acting in a way deliberately designed to try to shield itself from 91A and from public scrutiny. So there are cases where legitimately you do need to make a very broad request in order to find out what's going on, whether that's not necessarily true of all the cases where somebody's making a very wide-ranging request, but there are some cases where that's a legitimate thing to do. So I'm not sure if we probably do need to improve the law somewhere, but I'm not sure whether this bill is the right way to deal with situations where somebody either legitimately or illegitimately has a very broad area of concern with how the public body is working. And as I said, we're talking about the towns and cities, but it's not just the towns and cities. We sometimes have this issue with interest with members of the public. So I would.
I think Representative Khan, do you have your hand up? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I served as a selectman for 15 years, from 2008 to 2023 in Seabrook. I saw many times I faced this kind of situation that especially right before town election, around this time of the year, many people who wants to run against each other usually requested many of these documents that the whole administration is top of it. They left all the work and just doing this kind of job. I think some of the comment I just heard, and not knowing the testimony, I was not here. I think that more work need to be done. Representative Kutub did a lot of work. It's a tremendous work, but I think more need to be worked. That is my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stapleton, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 1, line 28, parenthetical E. May suggest, key word there. I like that. That suggests communication. We can solve a lot of problems with communication, and that offers that opportunity to do so. Request a reasonable modification. Again, may suggest, and it puts qualification on what they might suggest. And I think, again, communication is key. Why lawyers are involved increasingly, because councils and select boards are increasingly worried about the liability for disclosure of confidential or private information. And so they might do a cursory or an initial review, but then they're going to bounce it up against the lawyer for the safety and protection of that so that they're not incurring a liability. And I know in Claremont we had a particular case where lawyers did redaction and so forth, and I think a thing came at about $23,000. Lawyers are expensive, $130, $150, $125 an hour. It don't come cheap, but the need is increasingly there because of the fear of liability issues. So this is a balanced and reasonable thing for both parties, and I think we should go forward with it and get it underway.
All right. Representative Alexander, did you have any, Representative Manos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Kutab has put in yeoman's work into this amendment, and I applaud her work. I'm concerned about some of the more underlying and basic issues here, which is that the ombudsman expires, I think it's within 2 years, and also the cities and towns, excuse me, the cities and towns are not authorized to go to the ombudsman to try to resolve some of these issues. And so I would also be supportive of interim study so that we can look at some of the more basic issues and so that we can, as Rep. Kenny said, bring together the stakeholders and look at this in much more detail and maybe look at some of the more basic issues underlying this bill.
All right. I guess I mentioned this to Representative Kutab before, that I'm working now on my recommendation of her enrollment in law school. And one of the things, because she obviously will do a tremendous job there, and one of the things that will be her strongest selling point is that she's willing to go to work for one of these big firms, working tremendous hours, and for the paltry sum of $100 a year for compensation. I think this. I guess I can't help thinking that I think we sort of need to reflect where we came from. My understanding, the House originally passed this bill, and then it was committed for reconsideration because people said that there were additional factors that ought to be taken up. Well, we did take up those additional factors. We had a number of amendments that were considered and rejected. Everybody sort of had their opportunity to have their say. And I think, as Representative Turr pointed out and Representative Stapleton pointed out, this does make substantial changes to the original bill in the direction, it seems to me, of the people who said, this is who had the view of, well, there should never be any charge. This does make a number of concessions going that way. It certainly does retain the option of having charges if towns decide to do that. But it has the indigent exception, which I think is an important step in that direction. And the other thing I think is really important is there provision that changes the burden of proof to the public body, where if a matter goes before the ombudsman. So I think that this is a very appropriate amendment. I really don't think that there's any likelihood of further study, coming up with some additional benefit, and that really we're just interim study means we're just gonna it's gonna end up being, frankly, a polite way of killing this bill. The last point I would make on this is, this, the idea of charging in some circumstances for requests is, as Representative Kutab pointed out from her research, this is hardly like a novel idea. Oh my God, New Hampshire is doing, is taking this giant step. That's just not true at all. It's what we're doing is consistent with what's been done around the country. And in fact, we're still, as she pointed out, we're still, by having the 10-hour thing as opposed to 2 or 4, we're being much more generous. So I think that we owe it to the taxpayers to adopt something like this, and I will be voting in favor of this amendment. Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a question, Representative Kudab. On the amendment number, on the second page, Roman numeral 8, where was that information, that part of the bill taken from? Because it doesn't go along with the original bill, and that's what I thought we were working from. That's why I'm confused.
Thank you for the question. So this piece was this piece was part of the original bill. There were a few changes to this line, and one of them actually addresses kind of what Rep. Manos was talking about. Instead of just allowing to go to the ombudsman, RSA 91A 7B gives the option to go to the ombudsman or the court should the ombudsman office go away for some reason. It would provide that alternative option. So I think that piece in there was changed. And then the other piece that was changed was adding in the line about the burden shall be on the public body in establishing that the hours and or costs to make the records available are reasonable, and that a determination shall be made within 10 business days. Both of those things were added, but the other pieces, oh, and I'm sorry, the other piece that was added was also on line 17 to include a provision for the waiver of such fees for requesters who are deemed indigent or who can demonstrate that such fees would present a financial hardship. Those were the areas that were added to this paragraph, but that paragraph did exist in the initial bill. We've just made these changes to it.
Other Representative Tur.
Yeah, just one more thing I wanted to sort of bring out as we were working this past week to sort of refine amendments, and I had some input into this. One thing, and I guess I'm speaking to the question of interim study, even though that's not really moved yet. It's been sort of brought up in terms of what could be known. Working from this original base of this, we had a survey that was done by the Municipal Association. So we had a baseline for cities and towns and sort of what their experience had been. I became concerned when I realized, I hadn't really been focusing on the state's agencies and requests to state agencies, which I raised with Representative Kutab. And again, to add on to everyone's accolades for the work that went into this, she then turned around and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, contacted people at the state who fill state level 91A requests, who also basically said very little of what they do would break through the 10-hour limit for reasonable requests. So, I was pretty adamant we shouldn't move something from at the state agency level unless we sort of knew. That put my fears of that as well, to rest. So I really feel like a great deal of knowledge is on the table right now. The next time through, I'm not sure what we're going to basically be able to add to what we know.
All right. Anyone else have anything to say? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, because I am a very active advocate for privacy, I just would like to know if the incredibly wonderful representative gave you permission to tell everybody what her future plans are. That's the first question. The second is I plan to support the amendment because I support the work that the representative has done. I consider it the least bad alternative presented to us, but I do not believe in the end I would be able to support the bill as amended. Thank you.
All right. Are we ready for a vote on the amendment? And I think probably we ought to do this, but I don't know. What do you think? Anybody object to doing the amendment by a show of hands? All right, seeing none. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 to 1, right? What? Yeah, no, I think I got it. Yeah, I think it's, all right, so hang on. So it's 19 to 1 on the amendment. All right. All right. So now I'm going to recognize Representative Kutab for a motion on the bill OTPA as with the amendment.
I move OTPA as amended.
Is there a second? Representative Stapleton, second? Seconded by Representative Stapleton. All right. Any further discussion?
If I could bring up one more point.
Certainly.
So I realized that I didn't answer Rep. Perez's question about why sometimes lawyers are involved. And I guess it's oftentimes because of the complexity of redactions that are needed. We're not talking about giving over meeting minutes and stuff. That's an easy thing. We can easily give over meeting minutes, financial data. It's when we're talking about asking for wide ranges of email records, and somebody needs to go through and redact. I know in Goffstown it was mentioned they go through and they redact the person's phone number out of the email and whatnot, like things that aren't necessarily meant to be public. If somebody has their social security number in an email, you never know what's in these emails. And so they have to go through, and when somebody's asking for a pretty open-ended number of emails, they need to be gone through and they need to see what needs to be taken out. So that's why sometimes a lawyer is involved in going through to see what does or doesn't need to be redacted. And I think that's really the area that's problematic. So thank you.
Representative Perez?
I understand now the redacting because I spoke with someone at the town hall about it. And they don't have the lawyer do the redacting. I mean, why would you pay a lawyer $450 to take out somebody's name, address, and phone number? But that being said, I have a question. The ACLU was against the original bill, and I believe the 91A people were. Do you know where they stand on this amendment?
Yeah, so they had agreed with another amendment, and but the committee didn't support that. On this amendment, they're not in support of it. Londonderry is using Shaheen and Finney at $400 an hour for redactions.
So that's a choice. They don't have to do that, correct?
That is a choice to use, but I mean, I guess they need somebody to redact the record. Somebody's asked, somebody's making the choice to put in the request, so they've got to fulfill the request somehow.
Yeah.
All right. All right. We ready for a vote on the main? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Horrigan.
Just going to say about the redaction, it's useful that somebody has experience with redaction because it's not as simple as you think. Like there's an amusing incident, and I think it was the FRM scandal. I can't remember what it was about, where they carefully blacked out everything on the PDF files, so it was blacked out from the printed version, and then they put the PDF files that they use to make the printouts online. And so if you happen to use the text-to-speech feature, you could hear all the stuff that had the black bar over it just because whoever it was made a mistake when they were editing the files. And also another issue is it's not just things that are generated by the public body themselves. And so we've seen this sometimes here in the legislature, including this committee. People will submit things to the body, including legislative committees sometimes, that has information that's not redacted, which probably should be redacted. So sometimes when the body is making the record of so these records often include things that other parties have submitted to it, which may or may not have been appropriately redacted when they were received. Like I think this committee, I think we can all easily think of an example with a bill we're not doing at the moment where a citizen gave us a big pile of paper which had lots of information that maybe should have been redacted but wasn't. So that's why.
All right. Are we ready for a vote? All right. Then on the motion of ought to pass as amended, I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
No.
Rep. Andrews.
No.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
No.
Clerk Kutab votes yes. Rep. Perez.
No.
Rep. Smith. Rep. Horrigan.
No.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
No.
Rep. Kenny.
No.
Rep. Siebert.
No.
Rep. Devine. Rep. Lanza.
No.
Rep. Manos.
No.
Rep. Turer.
Yes.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion fails 9-11.
All right, is there another motion? Representative Kinney,
Yeah, I move interim study.
second.
I second.
All right, seconded by Representative Andrus, interim study. Anybody, I'm just making a note, hang on. Any further discussion on this, or are we ready to vote?
I mean, I guess I'm just not sure what we're going to learn in an interim study. I think we've kind of beat this horse, and I'm just, I'm not sure what we're going to accomplish in interim study. I mean, do we have actual areas that we actually want to look into, or is this just a polite way of killing the bill? Because I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
I happen to agree with Representative Kutab. She did put in a yeoman's work on this bill, and I can't see how we can go forward at this point. Thank you. So I would say no on interim study.
I mean, I think if there's actual work that people want to do, I'm happy to work with them on it. But I mean, that could be done now. There doesn't need to be an interim study for it. I just think it's a waste of everybody's time. That's all.
Well, I guess I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Perez.
See, I think putting in something about out of state and then perhaps getting rid of multiple requests to the same body, to the same for 30, that's just an idea. My concern, not concern, but being aware of the fact that this bill's going to go to the Senate. I don't know if we're beating our head against the wall or not, because I mean, the senator from Londonderry, I understand, is going to put it before the Senate. So I don't know if we'd be beating our head against the wall. Too much information, I know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a brief comment. I'm in terms of the residency thing. I mean, obviously I haven't researched this, but I would think that there might be at least a question of whether or not you could limit that to requests for only people in the state. In other words, what if records are open to everybody in the state, what's the rationale for saying that they're not open to somebody out of the state? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's an argument for it, but it's not clear to me that would be proper. But at any rate, I guess what I would say is, I think I agree with Representative Kutab. I will oppose interim study if if that fails, I assume that there would be a motion of ITL. Candidly, although I very much support the bill, interim study does not seem to me to make sense. And so if I would suggest, I'm going to vote against interim study, and then I assume that there would then be a motion of ITL. Representative Kinney.
I've heard from so many people that we agree that this is a complex issue. So calling interim study to continue to look into it with stakeholders is absolutely not a waste of time. And I am coming from a place of good faith. I'm not just trying to kill the bill. I don't believe the stakeholders are. You know, I think at one point, yeah, I was ITL. I think other people would have preferred it to die. But at this point, we had an amendment that some of the stakeholders who have been very vocal liked, but the committee did not. Then today we had an amendment that maybe more the committee liked it more, but stakeholders pointed out things that we should look at and consider. When so many states have these laws, I understand one representative on the committee has looked into it, but interim study gives us more time to really dissect those laws, decide what could work here, what couldn't. I just feel like if we weren't up against the clock, we would have continued to work on this amendment with stakeholders, with committee members, and try to get it to a yes. I don't want ITL. I won't support ITL either. I really think a good faith effort to bring everyone to the table, work on language, see if we can counteract bad faith requests, because they are out there, but yet offer the protections and language that I think a conversation is justified in continuing to look at it. So I don't want to kill this bill. I won't support ITL either, and I really urge everybody to allow the committee to work on this. Thank you.
Representative Katab.
I mean, I guess if there's work that needs to be done, why couldn't we just get together and do it now? I mean, the bill isn't due out of committee, so if people want to come together and work on this, we can work together now. We can do it. We can do another work session on it if people really genuinely want to in good faith work on this. We could recess this session and work together in good faith. If there's people that truly want to come forward and come together and do that.
The only thing I'd say about that is remember, I mean, if you're going to do that, and that might make sense, you're going to need to do that between now and next week, because next week will be the last. That's going to be our last time for an executive session. So, people, Representative Kinney.
I again feel like 1 week we could be in the situation where we are rushed. We're not all at yes yet. And I just, there's been a little bit of a vibe of rushing, not just on this bill. And I just don't think, especially with complex issues such as 91A, that it's unjustified to kind of pump the brakes. And again, I wanted to do OTPA, but hearing the concerns of committee members, there is things to look at. And if we had more than 1 week, I would have supported what Representative Kutab just suggested. But knowing that it's only 1 week, I think interim study is the way to go.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Anders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with my colleague. I'm not trying to kill this bill just for the sake of killing it, but there are just so many stakeholders out there. And then I have to stop and think, number one, the citizens of New Hampshire. And where we are right now, everything's not balanced. The stakeholders, they're not all happy. Some are, some aren't. And I think interim study, for me, is the way to go. And I'd be happy to be on the committee because I think we can see if we can't improve everything. And I don't see the hurry of pushing this bill through. I just don't. I mean, I think we have plenty of time to see if we can't do better. And I know Caitlin has done a great job, but I think we need to do more. Thank you.
All right. Representative Perez.
I have been asking since day one to put in residents of the town or business owners in the town do not fall under this. And the argument is, well, if you live in town and I don't, I can just have you put it in. I still think residents need to know that they are protected because residents are the ones who are putting in 91As perhaps most of the time. I don't know. So,
Representative Horgan, if you have something new to add, please.
Well, about limiting the residents, these issues often, these issues also like affect people out of the town if it's a town issue or out of the state. So I'm not sure whether it be fair or constitutional wise to just limit the residents, especially, and also like, I know journalists, investigative journalists are concerned about this, and frankly, which is kind of an unfortunate situation, the entities which do investigative journalism events in New Hampshire are quite often not based in New Hampshire simply because of the condition of what the local media outlets are versus those, regionally or nationwide. So that's probably kind of a side issue, but it's been coming up. I don't think limiting it to residents would necessarily be a wise idea, but it is something that could be discussed, possibly in an interim study process if it comes to that. Thanks.
Representative Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last word, although I mentioned about the interim study, but after hearing everybody's comment, and the subject is a very intense subject, and also you mentioned at the last bill that we have to draw a line. I think the bill needs to have a passage, and I think we explore everything, and I think we should go forward with the bill.
Right. All right. Well, the motion right now that's been made and seconded is for interim study. So, Representative Stapleton?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall we had testimony from a gentleman who resided in Maine but had some type of business interests over the line in New Hampshire, and he was denied an RTK because he wasn't a resident. And I think the amendment takes care of it by opening up, not restricting to residents.
Well, right. You know what I should say? What I should say on that is, remember, we recommended, and it was passed by the House, I think either last session or the week before, a bill that removed the citizen language in two sections of the right to know law and replaced citizen with person. So we've among other things, for that very reason, the idea that the city of Rochester could say we're not allowing the publisher of the newspaper that serves Rochester to get access to records because he lives in Maine. It seems to me to be just, crazy. Anyway, all right, so let's call the roll on the motion of interim study.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
No.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan. No. Rep. Stapleton.
No.
Rep. Tripp.
No.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Kutab votes no. Rep. Perez.
Yes.
Rep. Smith.
Yes.
Rep. Horrigan.
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
No.
Rep. Kenny.
Yes.
Rep. Siebert.
Yes.
Rep. Devine. Rep. Lanza.
Yes.
Rep. Manos.
Yes.
Rep. Turer.
No.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
No.
Motion passes 11-9.
All right, interim study. So who is going to
You.
do the report on interim study? Representative Kinney, you will be writing the report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right.
need you to be the head of the committee.
Yes.
Serious. You do a good
Lunch,
job.
yes. Yeah, no. We've been working pretty hard. I think it's good time for lunch. So let's
What a concept.
let's recess for lunch, and how about
I want to be on your
1:15? 1:15. Return at 1:15. Okay, everybody. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what to do. We need to get started.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee back to order. The next bill we have on the schedule is House Bill 1082. That's the one that we formed a subcommittee, and we had a meeting of the subcommittee yesterday, and I believe we made some progress. I'm just going to ask Representative Turer. I think we're not prepared to vote on this today, but I'm going to just ask Representative Turer maybe to give us a bit of an update.
Yeah, thanks.
Quickly, though.
Yeah, and correct. We are hoping to not take this up today. We collectively put together some language that I think addresses the concerns that sort of were raised to cause us to pause a little bit on that bill and hopefully clarify the intent of it. So the goal is to get that amendment drafted and in front of a couple of people who externally had weighed in on the proposal so that we can basically move it next week.
Sure. All right. Yeah, no, that's. Oh. Yeah, no. We'll get that out. So, just a sort of a scheduling note. My anticipation, I hope I'm not being overly optimistic, is that we will get through all of the bills except for the one we just discussed, 1082 and 1432, which is the AI bill, which we're going to have a discussion on, but not vote on for reasons I'll talk about in a minute. I'll talk about later, I should say. So my hope is that next Wednesday, we only have 2 bills remaining to exec. And what I'd like to do, I know that some people prefer to start at 10, and that's why I've been doing that recently. But one of our representatives has a particular reason to be out of here early next Wednesday. So I'd like to start next Wednesday at 9 o'clock. We only have 2 bills. Hopefully we can get through them relatively quickly and get out.
I believe I told you 2 weeks ago that I had to be out of here by 5. Are we going to be out by 5?
Oh, no. We're going to be out. Actually, we're going to be out of here by 4 today.
Okay.
Yeah. Forget that. We're starting at 10. Because we've made another commitment. I forgot about that. We've made another commitment at 9 o'clock. So we'll figure something out. All right. So let's go on then to House Bill 1115, and I'm going to recognize myself. I make a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. And I'm going to speak to this very briefly. This is the one of the bill about terminating the tenancy when the lease is over. I think I have an idea what the vote is likely to be on this. This is a bill we passed last year. It was killed in the Senate. I don't want to belabor it. I feel that leases should mean what they say, and that that the Supreme Court decision from 2005, whenever it was, which basically says that the tenant can continue to stay there forever, doesn't make sense and should be overruled. And I hope that you'll support it. That's all I have to say. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I through testimony this time around, last time, I want to begin by addressing the idea that this is just a simple contract. I'm a 3L in law school, but in 1L, you take contracts, and one of the first things you learn that in contract law, it assumes that the parties have roughly equal bargaining power. And I've been a renter for quite a long time at this point, and to act like there's equal bargaining power just isn't true. The dynamic is just not equal. The landlord sets the terms, and the tenant takes it or leaves it. And with a historically low rental vacancy of 0.6%, what are tenants likely to do? Take what they are offered without the bargaining power. Because if they say no, the numbers don't lie, it's going to be difficult to find another option. I've been there. Yet a landlord, almost guaranteed, again, based on the numbers, will have prospective tenants lining up. So it's important to note that at the end of a lease term, landlords are not left without any options regarding to agreements. They can change lease terms, increase rent, decide that they are no longer wanting to rent the property, decide to rent the property to family members. They can move into the property, etc. The only thing that they can't do right now is refuse to continue renting to the current tenant without giving a legitimate reason. Conversely, the only thing a tenant can do at the end of a lease term is decide whether they want to stay and accept the new lease terms imposed by their landlords or try to find another place to live, which is very, very, very hard. That is why, yes, tenants need protection. That's why for the past 39 years, tenants have been protected from arbitrarily being evicted. Because we are talking about an individual's stability, a roof over their head. It's a necessity. And unfortunately, any eviction in this housing market is highly likely to result in some period of homelessness. Homelessness is not something a person should be subject to simply because their landlord would prefer to rent to a different tenant. Yet homelessness grew 55% between 2022 and 2023, and that is the highest growth nationwide. And for the reasons I already stated, this bill would make this already dire issue much worse. I shouldn't have to state it, but it is a horrible issue that if people get evicted, it can disrupt children's education, it can make employment struggles for the adults, among a host of other issues. So to sum it up, I don't think that it should be easy to take away someone's home. And that's what we have right now. We require cause. Good cause strikes a balance between protecting the property rights of landlords while offering some stability to tenants. And that's how it should remain. I think the Supreme Court got that right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other, yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for our young colleague who's rented for a long time. Things don't change a whole lot when you buy, because I'm not in a much of an equal negotiating partnership or relationship with the bank when I go to buy a house. They're in a much more powerful relationship than I am. I'm subject to their terms, and they just tell me, if you don't like it, go find someone else. We don't care. I'm not protected as equally as the bank is. So just to give you one example, when I buy title insurance for the house, it's not to protect the title for me, it's to protect the title for them. I get to pay for it, but they're the ones who get protected by it. So life does not change when you go and you buy a house. And if I don't make the house payments, there's a procedure called foreclosure. And then if I am, that process, the end result of that process is I could be homeless. So it's, a contract is a contract. And it either means something or it doesn't. We either enforce it or it doesn't. There's not a tenant on this planet who does not know when their lease is up. And if you know your lease is coming up, take it upon yourself, be a big boy, talk to your landlord and say, hey, I'd like to renew my lease, or I don't think I can stay here, or whatever the case may be, but take responsibility for yourself and do what you need to do and make those plans accordingly. Are there unscrupulous landlords? Yes. Are there dirtbag tenants? Yes. The world is full of all kinds of examples of all kinds of behavior, and there's no possible way that we can legislate all of that or to prevent any of that. However, a contract is a contract, and if you're mature enough to sign it, you're mature enough to live by its terms.
All right, are there any other comments? Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court decision.
Yes, I want to emphasize it was long before I was a member of that court.
Because I was going to also ask what the basis was that they said you could stay after the term of lease.
The basis was sort of along the lines of what Representative Kinney said. It was sort of a policy issue of it shouldn't be, the fact that the contract is over shouldn't be enough. And I think if you read the decision, it essentially said that with respect to what's called restricted property, and bear in mind that doesn't, restricted property means if you're a landlord and you own as small as a 2-unit rental property, as long as you don't live in it. If you have a duplex that you don't live in and you rent both of them out, that constitutes restricted property. The analysis of the court was, Well, for the landlord, it's really all the landlord really should be caring about is the economics of the situation. It doesn't matter whether, you have tenant X or tenant Y. It's just the only thing you're interested in is the economics of the situation, which, that's you make a contract that says that it's over in a year. It seems to me that it ought to mean something, but that was the analogy. It was sort of a public policy. It's not good enough that the terms of the lease are over. That was the argument.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you for that explanation. I wanted to say that I agree with Representative Kenny on the points that he made. I was going to make several like that, but he's already done it. If anything, the situation is worse now than that Supreme Court decision. And for that reason, I know the law is the law, and it logically makes sense what the bill says, but under the circumstances, putting people out and all of the impacts that will happen until the market is relieved or in better stead, I've got to go against the bill.
All right. Other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Oh, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that tenants aren't pieces on a chessboard or a game board. When they sign a lease and move into an apartment, they establish a home. To give them 1 year with a 30-day notice to leave for no legitimate reason except that the landlord wants to put the apartment back on the market, I don't think that's good enough. I think we are in crisis here in New Hampshire. There is a huge housing shortage, and so I think it's kind of a human crisis, a human needs crisis that we're facing. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe when we heard the bill, I asked the question, does the Supreme Court hearing also mandate that the terms of the lease not change? And I think the answer there was no.
That's correct. Yes, you can change the terms of the lease. Yes,
You can change.
you can change the terms.
So this is, I find this whole argument that the tenants have rights to stay forever a little moot, because if the landlord decides to raise the rent and the tenant doesn't pay it, then isn't that cause to remove them?
Sure.
So it's like I said, it's one of these things where, much like Representative Gleason said, the tenant should know that their lease is ending and they should take some action. The action should be either to negotiate a new lease or to find a new place to live. There's responsibility on both the landlord and the tenant's part. So that's one of the reasons I support the bill.
Yeah, just to say, I think you raise a very valid point. And I mean, part of the thing that troubles me so much about that Supreme Court decision is you're absolutely right. If this, in terms of the, what's going to happen in the housing market, I tend to think, if anything, it would be a positive. But the problem I have is this decision encourages dishonesty by landlords, because if the landlord just wants to get you out because the lease is over, they can't do that, because that Supreme Court case says you can't do. So what do they have to do? They have to come up with another reason, and they'll find another reason. They'll say, I'm going to raise the rent, or I want to have my brother-in-law move into the apartment, or but why do we want to encourage the law to do it? Why isn't it enough to say we had a lease for a year and now the year's over? And that's that again. I don't want to belabor it, but that's one of the things that bothers me about. Other Anyone else wish to speak? All right, then I think we're ready for, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Mee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address I would like to say that I agree fully with Representative Kenny. And I think the very idea that a contract is just a contract, as in this stack of paper is governed by just the words that are in it, is not right. There are plenty of business contracts that are governed by statutes, and I think this is, and those are set by policy. So I think this is one case where the policy for housing dictates that we should ITL this. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, the drop dead term date. This is a home, a residence, not a hotel room. Hotel room or short-term stay, I can understand that, but when someone moves in with family and establishes residence, and they're just to cut them off at the end of term, just seems raw and hard and contrary to what we need in the state today. There's provisions for tenants at will, and some contracts have those in. If the lease is not renewed, and the landlord permits you to stay, you're a tenant at will until such time that that tenancy is challenged or revoked. And I don't understand why there's so many ways to provide some leeway here. If you want to eventually remove the tenant because you're going to rehabilitate the place, sell the place, have other tenants, increase in rates, all of those seem to be like legitimate reasons. And I just don't understand the abrupt termination. You're done, get out. And it makes no sense to me, basically.
All right. Other comments? Representative Perez.
So once my lease is up and I can rent month to month, I have full control. So the renter now has full control. They can give 30 days notice and say, I'm out of here. So we're giving full control to the renter, but I own the home. I own the place. Where's my control? My son, who lives in North Carolina, was in an apartment and he had a lease. The woman above her just had a bird feeder, which wasn't allowed, and he complained that the squirrels were all over his thing because of that. Well, they told him he couldn't renew his lease because of that. So, because he complained. So it's got to be fair. You can't have the tenant have all the say and not the owner of the property. So.
All right. Other comments? All right. Are we ready for a vote? All right. So the motion is OTP, and I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
No.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
No.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez.
Yes.
Rep. Smith.
No.
Rep. Horrigan.
No.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
No.
Rep. Kenny.
No.
Rep. Siebert.
No.
Rep. Devine.
No.
Rep. Lanza.
No.
Rep. Manos.
No.
Rep. Tur.
No.
Rep. Ming.
No.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion fails 8-12.
Well, is there another motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move ITL.
Second.
All right, hang on. Who moved?
Representative Kenny.
Yeah, I motion ITL.
who's second?
Oh, Ben.
That's me. Second.
Second. All right. Any further discussion on this? All right. I guess we're ready to call the roll.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
No.
Rep. Alexander.
No.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
No.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
No.
Rep. Greason.
No.
Clerk Kutab votes no. Rep Perez?
No.
Rep Smith? Rep Horrigan?
Yes.
Rep DiLorenzo?
Yes.
Rep Kinney?
Yes.
Rep Siebert?
Yes.
Rep Devine?
Yes.
Rep Lanza?
Yes.
Rep Manos?
Yes.
Rep Turer?
Yes.
Rep Ming?
Yes.
Chairman Lynn?
No.
Motion passes 12 to 8.
All right, 12 to 8. Who will write the majority? Representative Kinney? All right. Kinney, and I will write the minority report. All right. Then let's go on to House Bill 1353, and I recognize Representative Kutab for a motion.
I move ought to pass, and I'd like to introduce an amendment.
Okay. All right. So moved by Kutab, seconded by Perez.
So it's amendment 2024-0978H, and I'm going to pass out a copy. I did email it to everybody kind of late last night, so I'm not sure if everybody has had a chance to see it yet.
Are you missing? I not. I think I may have. Has everybody got a copy of the amendment? You do. Okay. I thought I'd asked. I neglected to pass out one. All right. Representative Kutab.
So I did talk with the representative from the NEA to try and address several of the concerns that were mentioned during the hearing. And so that's what this amendment is seeking to do, particularly on page 2 on line 5, you will see that subpoenas shall be issued by hearing officers appointed by the Department of Education to hear code of conduct violation hearings in accordance with the following conditions. There was a lot of concern about the Commissioner of Education making these decisions, and so now we've made it an impartial hearing officer. There was also concern about this being kind of a one-way street where the department could issue these, but then if a teacher or other licensed educator potentially could obtain data that could exonerate them, that they wouldn't have the opportunity. And so I went ahead and added in that opportunity also on page 2, lines 22 to 26. In any adjudicatory proceeding resulting from a code of conduct violation, a hearing officer shall also issue subpoenas on behalf of a certified educator at their request as relevant to a code of conduct violation. And so another thing that was brought up was relative to the use of restraint and seclusion, and RSA 126U already covers that, and it's not in the code of conduct, so we did go ahead and remove it from here. Another issue that was brought up was there was concern that one of the topics was a little bit broad, and that's on page 1, lines 26 through 27. We went ahead and made it very clear that it was any alleged failure to provide appropriate supervision pursuant to local school district policy by a licensed educator, which resulted in harm or potential physical harm. We wanted to make it really clear that this isn't talking about, a poster on the wall, I think was the example that we were given. And so this is, no, a child had something bad happen to them. So we've gone ahead and put in all these things, and I believe, let me just double check my notes that I didn't miss any of the changes, but I believe that covered the majority of the concerns. Let me just see. Oh, and then the other thing that was mentioned was to make sure that the subpoena was relevant to a code of conduct violation, and that was also addressed in here on page 2, line 6. And the last thing was in here was that on page 2, lines 34 and 35, any evidence collected pursuant to the subpoena shall be made available to both parties in any adjudicatory proceedings resulting therefrom, so that both parties would get to review whatever is collected. So I think we've covered much of the concern. I know that we did hear testimony that a lot of the data that has been needed has been granted from school districts. However, in the Howie Long case, for example, it was not. They got to review it, but they didn't get to take a copy. And I think that's a very serious thing. I think, we're talking about the safety of children here, and we shouldn't wait until a new employee comes along to the DOE and doesn't have such a great relationship and suddenly can't get the data that we need, and potentially we're putting the safety of children at risk, especially when we've tailored this to make it very clear that this is not meant to be a fishing expedition. This is just meant to be if there are very serious potential issues with children. And the majority of teachers are all wonderful. My children have had great teachers, but we did hear concerns that occasionally there are bad apples, bad actors, and we need to make sure that we're keeping kids safe. And I think that this is a very important bill for that reason. And I hope that this amendment addresses many of the concerns, and I'm happy to answer any questions on it if anybody has any.
All right. Representative Turer.
I'm just curious, has the NEA weighed in on this on this amendment? Are they now supportive of it, or is that sort of an open question?
So the NEA has reviewed it, and they've kind of gone back and forth trying to reach consensus on it, and just overall kind of were having a little bit of trouble because there was concern of, well, is this needed or not? But in terms of did this address their concerns, I believe it did address their concerns, but they still just didn't feel that it was needed.
Other Representative Oregon.
Yes, does this, they have in line 12 on page 1, they talk about New Hampshire educators as established by RSA 29 and 2 CC 1, which seems to only apply to licensed and certified educators. So what does this do to, what does it get, what power would the commissioner have if there's misconduct by, say, an so-called education freedom account provider, or not all of whom are working at schools per se, or there's also, for example, a thing called the Learned Anywhere program where you can get credit for activities outside schools. So, and then of course there's other adults who are involved with children, at least somewhat within the purview of the DOE. So does this allow the commissioner to investigate problems involving programs like that?
Thank you for the question. So this would not address that. This only applies to licensed educators who are licensed by the Department of Education in the sense of them being able to potentially take action on their license. So if you're not a licensed educator, then they would have nothing to revoke from you.
Can I just follow up on that? I just don't know the answer to this question, but if there is a licensed educator who teaches at a private school, I assume that the department would still have some authority over that person?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can text the DOE attorney to try and find out.
Question to that is, are they subject to the code of conduct? Because we're talking about violations of the code of conduct. So if they're not subject to the code of conduct, there can't be a violation of the code of conduct, so there's nothing to enforce.
Yeah, I mean, I just raised a question. If I don't know whether this is true or not, I see someone in the audience who may have an answer to that question. But is it possible for somebody who is licensed as a teacher to teach in a private school, or does that, if you do that, you're not subject to licensure anymore? I just don't know the answer to that question.
I do know for sure that there are some licensed teachers at private school that are in fact licensed, but I am waiting for Attorney Fenton to answer.
Of course, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lynn. Barrett Christina, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association.
Brian Hawkins, NEA New Hampshire.
Labor and management working together peacefully. So to the questions, I don't know if I have a direct answer, but the code of conduct through the Department of Education applies, my understanding is, to all certified educators, regardless of if they're teaching in a traditional public school, a chartered public school, or a private school. So we may have a certified educator at, I believe, it's St. John's, a little Catholic school down the street here. I'm presuming that the code of conduct in general would apply to that individual. The challenge that we might run into with certified individuals teaching at private schools is the private school may not have, their teaching staff may not entirely be certified through the Department of Education. They're allowed to have non-certified staff. There is a mandatory reporting requirement in the code of conduct. So if a certified educator believes another certified educator has committed a violation of the code of conduct, the certified educator who believes the violation has occurred has a duty to report to the Department of Education. So in a private school, if you had a non-certified educator who thought there was a violation of the code of conduct by the certified educator, the non-certified educator, they could report, but they don't have a duty to.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just add also, in a somewhat similar respect, charters only require 50% of their teaching staff to be certified, and so you don't have all certified teachers in a public charter school.
But I think to your question, Chairman Lynn, is does the Department of Education still have jurisdiction over that certified educator? Right. I believe they do, regardless of where that certified educator is teaching.
That logically would make sense to me if they were certified. I mean, it seems like the disciplinary things we're talking about are that not so much where you're working, but what your conduct. And if I would assume that, take a whatever, an obvious example of some misconduct would be having an inappropriate relationship with a student.
Even just hitting a kid. So take something simple.
Sure,
something you lost your temper and you smacked a kid.
It would seem to me if that's misconduct, it's misconduct whether it's in a private school or a public school.
Right.
I would think.
So, well, logic and law, though. I mean, it's
Right. All right. Representative Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, you do not have to answer this question. And I want to be clear about that. But are you willing to tell the committee what your organization's position is on the amendment?
Certainly, without relitigating our original testimony, we still are opposed to the amendment. We don't think that it fixes the concerns that we have. That's our position on the amendment.
All right. Other questions?
And of course, the underlying bill.
All right. Other questions? Well, thank you both very much. I appreciate it. I think it's been helpful to us. All right. Are we ready for a vote on the amendment? And can we do this by, anybody object to doing this by a show of hands on the amendment? All right. Then I would ask all those in favor of the amendment to please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, 10. And those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. All right. So 10 to 10, the amendment fails. All right.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, certainly.
We always forget to talk about the kids who are suffering the consequences of the actions that occur.
All right. All right. So, so are we back to the original bill then? Or let me ask, is there, I guess we're back to the original bill. Is there a motion of ought to pass on the original bill?
So moved.
And I'll second that. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Kutab. And I second it. Hang on one second. Any further discussion on the main motion? All right, then I ask the clerk to call the roll on the original bill ought to pass.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez. Rep. Smith. Rep. Horrigan.
No.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
No.
Rep. Kenny.
No.
Rep. Siebert.
No.
Rep. Devine.
No.
Rep. Lanza.
No.
Rep. Manos.
No.
Rep. Turer.
No.
Rep. Ming.
No.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion fails 10 to 10.
All right, is there another motion? Representative Smith. All right, hang on one second. All right, is there a second? All right. Manos. All right. All right, any further discussion on this? Are we ready for the vote? All right, then I ask the clerk to call the roll on this motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
No.
Rep. Alexander.
No.
Rep. Andrews.
No.
Rep. Khan.
No.
Rep. Stapleton.
No.
Rep. Tripp.
No.
Rep. Greason.
No.
Clerk Katab votes no. Rep. Perez.
No.
Rep. Smith. Rep. Horrigan.
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Rep. Kenny.
Yes.
Rep. Siebert.
Yes.
Rep. Devine.
No. Yes.
Rep. Lanza.
Yes.
Rep. Manos.
Yes.
Rep. Turer.
Yes.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
No.
Motion fails 10 to 10.
All right, so it'll go without recommendation. All right, Representative Smith will write, and Representative Katab, could I ask you to write the report for OTPA? So, okay.
Can the first motion be OTPA where we didn't adopt it as a committee?
That's a good question for Brent. Can we, when it gets to the floor, does it have to, I mean, can it be OTPA? It can be, okay. I didn't, where we just had a 10 to 10 vote, so that, but it can go, okay, all right. And then, okay.
The other side, 10 people
Supported ITL, okay. No, that's fine, I just wasn't sure. All right, good. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on. I know people have reasons to leave, and I understand that. So let's move on to HB 1368, prohibiting termination of a tenancy based on a tenant's failure to pay rent that was increased by certain price-fixing programs. And I recognize Representative DiLorenzo for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Andrus seconds that motion. All right. Any Representative DiLorenzo, would you like to speak to your motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the information provided by the bill's sponsor, who identified the company as YieldStar, I did not know that the bill was about price fixing on the RealPage app, which I believe is a subsidiary of YieldStar. I am familiar with YieldPage and similar multifamily housing software applications. So the deal with this bill is that there have been several suits in states against price fixing on multifamily properties. And what happens is that the YieldStar owns RealPage. RealPage manages multifamily housing. RealPage has a financial software package that includes the property budgeting, property expenses, income expenses, budgeting. And on the income line, there's an algorithm that is automatically into the system that raises rent in steps. And the problem is that when RealPage ups those rents, it affects thousands of units across their portfolio. So the government sees that as price fixing. And so, first of all, I thought that the bill probably belonged in Commerce Committee, since it was a series of antitrust suits for price setting. At any rate, it is unknown if a suit was initiated in New Hampshire. I think it would be unwise for a New Hampshire tenant under non-payment eviction to test the courts by refusing to pay the increased rent. I am thinking the bill should be ITL, since we do not have a New Hampshire ruling on it. It's not so much a landlord-tenant issue, it's a price-fixing issue. Of course, I would defer to our lawyers on the House Judiciary Committee to tell me otherwise. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right, are we ready for a vote on the motion of ITL? Then I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez.
Yes.
Rep. Smith. Rep. Horrigan.
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Rep. Kenny.
Yes.
Rep. Siebert.
Yes.
Rep. Devang.
Yes.
Rep. Lanza.
Yes.
Rep. Manos.
Yes.
Rep. Turer.
Yes.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 20-0.
All right. Yes.
Yes.
And Representative DiLorenzo, could I ask you to write the report?
Certainly. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. So 20-0 ITL on consent. Consent. All right. On 1432, I want to ask Representative Manos to discuss this, but what I would like to say before we get to that is, I think we're not going to be ready to vote on this today for a couple of reasons. First of all, without even getting to Representative Manos's proposed amendment, which at least parts of which I think are very good, and maybe even more than parts. But I think there are two issues. One, the communications industry, who I think were here for the hearing, but I've had some post-hearing communications with them, had raised some concerns, several of which I agreed with and made changes, one of which I was questioning until yesterday, and I got some further information that led me to think that the points that they raised about political advertising, paid political advertising, that I had some questions about. I think they're they showed me some authority that I think says that they're correct. And so I think we would need to make some changes anyway. Then we have Representative Manos has a proposed amendment, which as I said, I think has some very valid points. And then the last thing is, we have artificial intelligence bills before 4 committees. And I'm told that there are some significant conflicts between, for example, what we define as artificial intelligence. So it's probably not a good idea for us to send some to the floor right away. Hopefully over the next week, because we do have to act on this by next week, and I would, if possible, like to move something forward. So we're going to have to act pretty quickly, but that's, I think, probably what is likely to happen with 1432. Representative Manos, I've turned the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My cohort on working on this amendment is Representative Corman, and he's here, and so the committee might want to hear from him because he has expertise in this area. This is Representative Greason's underlying bill, and I worked to make some changes to it. I distributed the amendment. There are 4 different committees that have proposed bills on that intersect or relate to AI. And those committees are our committee, criminal law, eDNA, and election law. My understanding is that Representative Smith communicated with the speaker to ask him about the possibility of a special committee so that the 4 committees could reconcile their definitions of artificial intelligence. And I think several of the bills, perhaps, at least this bill, deals with deep fakes. And so that's another issue that might need to be reconciled across committees. The purpose of my amendment is to start with Representative Greason's underlying bill and strengthen it, and use Professor Corman, Representative Corman, help me with the definition of artificial intelligence, the definition of deep fake. So we've used those. And then we included audio, which I believe was not included in Representative Greason's bill. We also, as I understand it, Representative Greason had proposed that, for example, if there's a deep fake of me created that shows me threatening another person and I am arrested for that pursuant to Representative Greason's bill, the person who created the deep fake would then be charged with a level of crime that corresponds with the level of crime that I have been charged with. And we changed that in this so that the person that created the deep fake would be charged with a Class B felony, and we just left it at that. I think there could be problems with judicial scrutiny on charging the creator of the deep fake with a level of crime that's not related to the crime that person actually committed. So that was another change we made. We did take out the section on election law. And the reason that we did that was because the Election Law Committee has a bill relating to AI, and we felt that it was more appropriate for them to deal with that constellation of issues rather than for it to be dealt with piecemeal between 2 different committees. So we did that, and I created a side-by-side comparison so you can visually see the changes we made, because the version of the amendment that OLS provided did not have the the interlacing or the interlining and the redlining. So I think those are the highlights of the changes that we made, but it might be very helpful to hear from Representative Corman with his deep professional knowledge and academic expertise.
I'm sorry, Representative Corman, I wonder if we could ask you to just come up and share your wisdom with us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tom Corman. I represent the Fightin' 15th, Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of Lebanon. I was a computer science professor at Dartmouth for 29 and a half years. I have degrees in computer science from Princeton and my undergrad from Princeton, my grad from MIT. AI, I should say, was not my research area. My research area was algorithms. I co-authored the leading textbook on computer algorithms. That said, I chaired the computer science department at Dartmouth for 6 years, and I had to really keep abreast of what was going on in the field. And of course, I've actually been in computer science for 50 years, and I've tracked what's going on in AI. And I was very concerned about the potential for misuse of AI. So I filed HB 1688, which went to eDNA, and that bill restricts what our state agencies are allowed to do with AI. And subsequently, I learned about bills in other committees. HB 1596 in election law, filed by Representative Brennan, HB 1500 in criminal justice, filed by Representative Massimilla, and then the bill here filed by Representative Greason. Talking with Representative Manos, we realized that, yes, these bills all have different definitions of AI and deep fakes, and it seems that that could be a real problem going forward. So we do need a consistent definition. Ideally, what we'd like to see would be a place in law that has the definition, and then the other parts of law just refer to that particular section of the RSA. The problem is that with 4 bills being filed simultaneously, we have no idea which ones go forward and therefore which ones we can even reference. So at this point, it probably makes the most sense to just try to get a consistent definition in each of the bills. I should mention also 1500, the one in criminal justice. It hasn't gone to the floor yet, but it was unanimously voted for interim study by criminal justice, so it won't really be acted on this year. The other bills are still alive. The one I filed, 1688 in eDNA, is most likely going to a subcommittee. So we had concerns about the definition of AI and also the definition of deepfakes. And in fact, in the amendment that was distributed, the one that Representative Manis and I wrote this morning, I discovered, we omitted one other thing, would probably be good to put in. And specifically about the amendment that Representative Greason and Chair Lynn filed that Representative Manis and I were looking at. One of the things we realized is it's actually not as much about AI as it is about deepfakes. So we changed some of the headings to replace artificial intelligence by deepfake. But we need a definition of artificial intelligence within the definition of deepfake, so we left the definition of artificial intelligence in there. And then also, as Representative Manos said, our amendment removes the section on election law because there is a bill in election law 1596, and it just seems to make more sense to allow that committee to work on it. But I am very concerned that we get the definition consistent. We spoke with Representative Smith yesterday or on Sunday, and we're hoping to get some sort of committee together to, at the very least, come up with a standard definition of AI, generative AI, which appears in my bill, and deepfake.
All right. So thank you very much for that. I guess what I'd like to suggest, and I want to hear from others, what I'd like to suggest is that we not vote on this today, and that very quickly, meaning, starting within the next week, we get together with the four committees to sort of make sure that, I mean, we may not be able to, it probably would not make sense to consolidate them all into one bill, but what we should have is, I think, as you suggest, at least a consistent definition of what AI is and what a deep fake is. And then if if election law wants to have its bill for election law, and us for non-election law, that may make sense. Representative Greason, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I like the amendment, and I like what's been done. I think it has been done with really good intentions and very well done. Taking out the election law part of it is completely acceptable. I understand the reasoning behind it. I had put it in there not knowing about the existence of the other bills, so no issues with that at all. I like what has been done. I do think uniformity in definitions is essential. Otherwise, we just create chaos. So I like the amendment. There are two things that have to be in a bill for me to support it, and that is a personal right of action, the private right of action, where a person who is the victim can go after the person who's the perpetrator, and then a penalty for the person who did it, a criminal penalty. So the Class B felony, I'm all over that. That's totally cool with me. So you guys maintain the objectives that we were going for there, at least as far as I was concerned. As far as putting it together with the amendment that Representative Lynn and I had, I'd have to do another side-by-side with that to see if there's anything that we needed to pick out of there. But just from first blush, I like this amendment and think we need to at least take this, see what the other committees have, and then make sure that we have a definition going forward. But next week, we need to have something. We need to take at least one of these four bills needs to go to the floor in the next couple of weeks.
Representative Alexander.
Preferably this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Representative Greason. I think this is an important bill to start the conversation with. I studied public policy, and the first thing you talk about when you get your master's in public policy is a study of what government should do and not do. And I think in this situation, we should do something, right? But we have to pump the brakes on how fast this is being done. I think when you have multiple bills in different committees discussing different parts of AI, I think we need to be very careful about coming up with definitions of things that we actually don't know, like what the development of AI is going to look like in 6 months from now. Like it's to me, it's a really scary prospect. Like this is something that's evolving right in front of our eyes. So I appreciate the conversation being started. I wish the federal government would act on this and the states didn't have to, but if we have to act, I think we should. But I caution, and I just want to pump the brakes on all of these AI bills. I think we're moving too quickly. I think putting together a commission, I hate commissions sometimes, but like this is one of these broad ranging topics that we have so many bills in different committees. It might be useful to do a commission or a study committee or something like that, but looking at the language of this and then comparing it to other bills and other committees, I think we're moving way too quick. So I just caution the committee and the legislature to slow down a little bit. Let's take a breath, figure out what the best steps forward are. Let's study it and then move forward with the best product when we know what we're actually talking about. Thanks.
What are Representative Manos?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out to Representative Greason in particular that on page 2, Roman numeral 2, we do have a private right of action. So that is in there. And could you just remind me of what your other point was?
Changed the penalty for your example of you somebody makes a video of you harming someone. There's a penalty that goes with that. You've been arrested for that. So it's determined it was a deep fake, that the charging somebody with the crime equivalent to the crime that you just made it a Class B felony.
Right.
I'm okay with that. So you protected the two things I wanted to be protected.
Yes, Representative Manos.
The other thing I wanted to just emphasize is that we did put in here because one of the outcomes of this situation, if somebody makes a deep fake of me threatening somebody, and I'm arrested for that, then I'm going to have expenses of defense. I'm going to have costs for an expert to say this is a deep fake and it isn't reality. And so we did add in here that you can also recover your costs for defense and for witnesses.
Yes, Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After listening to everybody and not being knowledgeable in this whole area, I believe that either an interim study or a commission or something, whatever you want to do, should come about. I mean, if we have 4 bills and everybody's putting in their own definitions, we're wasting a lot of time. And I believe people should get together from all 4 committees and come up with standard definitions.
All right. Other Representative Perez.
I think we need to put something in place sooner rather than later. And then, as we were told on earlier bills, the legislation can go ahead and tweak it if they want to.
All right. Any other comment? Yes. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of things I want to say to Representative Alexander's comments, and I certainly understand your point.
Mr. Chair, is this a member of the committee, or are we? I guess I'm wondering, like, we're in exec, like, is another member of the committee allowed to rebut a member? I guess I'm wondering, like, I get it if he was like a sitting member of the executive session, but I'm confused.
I guess we have a subject, somebody who has a great deal of subject matter. We invited him to be here. I think we should hear from him. So please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when HB 1500 was heard in criminal justice, this whole question about the definitions came up. And Chairman Roy actually came to me afterward and suggested the very commission that people have talked about and asked if I would be on it. And I said, sure. And he did contact the speaker about it. And the speaker did not express interest in creating such a commission. So we would need to actually have some sort of legislation rather than something that the speaker creates. The other thing I would say is that as a backstop, if these bills go through without consistent definitions, I suppose there is the possibility of, when they get to the Senate, telling the Senate about this and asking them to amend the bills to make the definitions consistent.
You know, I guess what I'd like to suggest, because I understand your point, Representative Alexander, but I guess what I would like to suggest is this. Would it make sense for Representative Manos, myself, Representative Greason, and I don't want to get a subcommittee too big, but Representative Manos, myself, Representative Greason, and hopefully you would be willing to join us as sort of an ex parte to get together early next week and see if we can. I'll have been in touch with the other 4 chairs. See if we can sort of fix this in a timely way to be able to exec it next Wednesday. If it turns out that we can't do that, that it's, that it really is, or we're not comfortable because we feel like we're moving too quickly, then maybe the appropriate thing is an interim study motion. But I would really, I agree with Representative Perez and Representative Greason that, to me, the preferred thing would be to move forward just to make sure that we're doing it consistently with the other committees. Does that make sense as a way to move forward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That does make sense to me. I just wanted to point out that the election committee does plan on execing their version of the bill on Monday. I also sit on election, so they plan on execing all their bills on Monday. They don't want to hold on to any more bills. Okay. So just to put that out there. But I suppose if you were going to go in the direction of keeping, I know it originally had the election section in there, like maybe that committee could just ITL it if you guys are going to be fixing that particular area, but just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Do you have Representative Manis, or does anybody happen to know what is the definition of AI in the election law bill different than this one? It is. Okay. All right. Representative Manis.
I just wanted to point out that, or remind remind us that Representative Smith, I believe, did reach out to the speaker. He did decline it the first time, and then I think Representative Smith reached out to him a second time to ask about a special committee, and maybe that'll.
If I could respond to that.
Of
Yes,
course.
I did. I sent an email to him and copied the chairs and the ranking members of the 4 committees. I haven't had a response. We all know how busy he is. I just a little while ago did send a copy of that to the chief of staff to say perhaps the speaker hadn't had a chance yet to look at that.
Okay, and I did the same. I also left messages for the speaker saying I wanted to talk to him about a couple of things, but this was one of them, and I haven't heard back from him yet. But I mean, I will make it a point to reach out to him again. So I guess, I mean, does that make sense as a way forward to appoint this subcommittee with an idea that we'll get together very quickly and try to do something on this? Does that make sense? All right. So then why don't we do that, and hopefully we'll be back next week. We'll be able to exec this. And thank you very much, Representative Corbin. I really appreciate it. All right. 1497. Restricting trial courts in criminal matters from imposing certain sentences following a plea bargain. Do I have a motion on that? Anybody wish to make a motion on that? All right, well then 1497, I'll make the motion of ITL, seconded by Representative Smith. I think there's not a lot to say about this. The bill proposes to limit a court's authority to impose a sentence if a person rejects a plea bargain. Plea bargaining is a huge part of the criminal justice system. Over 90% of cases are resolved by some kind of a plea bargain. If you actually had a system that prevented courts from imposing a sentence that was more than was the subject of a plea bargain offer, then it seems to me that prosecutors would know that, and they would adjust their plea bargain offers to account for that. And the result, I suspect, would be that criminal defendants would not get the benefit of a plea bargain that they might otherwise get the benefit of now. So I don't think the idea has any merit, but even if it did have merit, that certainly hasn't been shown to us by the one witness who offered this bill, and as he stated, his interest in doing so was based on a personal experience. So I think ITL is the appropriate motion here. Anyone else wish to speak? Representative Horgan.
Well, it attempts to bind federal judges, to which I'm not sure what jurisdiction we have over them, and also there may be cases where a federal judge might be inclined to make a less favorable plea bargain than the state judge, either because just sort of the standards for a similar offense are different in those two courts, or also sometimes you'll have an individual here in New Hampshire who will commit a crime that crosses state lines, and obviously if they worked out something with New Hampshire, that probably could only cover what they did, that's strictly within the state lines, but there could be a parallel federal case that's going to merit a much higher penalty because the same offender committed similar offenses in other states. So think, so I think even if we could do it, I don't think it would be a good idea to try to prevent the federal judges from exercising their discretion. So,
All right, Representative Perez.
On the other hand, it could make judges rethink or go along with what a prosecutor may have. It could be either change the prosecutor or change the judge. I think more and more people are not given or are pressured into not exercising their right of a trial. And I find that very sad.
All right. Other Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, I think this case getting too far into the weeds, which we shouldn't really be doing, but I got a question. Does a person have a right of appeal on the sentencing?
I mean, in the state court practice, the general answer to that is no, because it is agreed upon. In other words, if there's a big difference between, I think this may be part of it, there's a big difference between state and federal practice. In state practice, a plea bargain means that the parties have agreed to the plea bargain, and the judge, if the judge either accepts the plea or rejects it. But what the judge can't do is accept the plea and then impose a harsher sentence, with one caveat. There is what is called in the system a capped plea, which means that, for example, the parties can agree that the maximum that the judge can impose, for example, if he accepts this plea, is, let's say, 10 years in prison. But the defendant reserves his right to argue for less. But the defendant knows that he is exposed to a maximum of 10 years, even though the statute might say the maximum is 15 years. The parties have agreed to the cap, and if the judge wants to accept that plea, he is bound by that agreement. In the federal system, it is considerably different. The judge, with some exceptions, but generally the judge, whether there's a plea or not, retains the right to impose the sentence that, within the limits of the law, that the judge feels is appropriate. So there's more of a risk in the federal system than there is in the state system. And I don't know any of the details of this person's agreement, but I think, that may well explain what happened in his case. I don't know, but
that case was a federal?
It was a federal case. Yes, it was a federal case.
Okay.
Representative Turer.
Yeah, just one quick comment. I don't feel that this legislation should go forward, but I did sort of want to echo, and I think maybe in a couple of comments around the table, it did feel like at its core, the question of whether or not huge differential potential sentences between standard sentencing versus what a plea can go down to does have the potential to at some level thwart people's ability to seek a trial. So,
yeah, no, I mean, I do agree. I agree. At some point, I think that's probably that probably is true, and I think hopefully most judges would take that. They might. In other words, I think there is an institutional interest in resolving cases that make it appropriate, I think, for the system to offer a reward to somebody who is willing to accept responsibility and avoid a trial and all that. But I agree that there's a limit to that. It can't, it shouldn't be like, just a huge hammer. And then sometimes I think it probably is, particularly in the federal system. But anyway, all right. Are we ready for the motion is ITL on 1497? Are we ready for a vote? All right. I ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk of Tab votes yes. Rep. Perez.
No.
Rep Smith? Rep Horrigan?
Yes.
Rep DiLorenzo?
Yes.
Rep Kenny?
Yes.
Rep Siebert?
Yes.
Rep Devine?
Yes.
Rep Lanza?
Yes.
Rep Manos?
Yes.
Rep Turer?
Yes.
Rep Ming?
Yes.
Chairman Lin?
Yes.
Motion passes 19-1.
Consent, any objection to it going on consent, Representative Perez? All right. Consent, and I will write the report.
Moving right along.
All right, moving along. 1602, I'm going to recognize Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move HB 1602 to interim study.
And is there a second?
I would second it.
All right, Representative Manos seconds. Representative Alexander, you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think still, this being my bill, I think there's a lot of merit to this bill. I think that when speaking about housing issues, it's important to make sure state agencies understand that housing is, per the citizens of New Hampshire, one of the biggest problems facing our state. And I'd like to see this become a true interim study where the members of this committee that would like to join me and look into how state agencies are dealing with permits related to housing in particular, and other rulings, they would join me in a nice summer recess into this committee room, and we can look into that. I spoke with DES, and they indicated there's a lot of things that they're doing on the rule side to expedite some of these permits. They think there's a simple rule change they can make to move not just the workforce housing permits to the top of the pile, which is already allowed under RSA, but all housing permits to the top of the pile, because I believe strongly if we are increasing the supply of housing, it doesn't matter what the housing is. If we get it built, it'll help lower the price for everybody. So I hope that you'll at least support me, and you don't have to be a part of this, but at least allow me the opportunity to study this more. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I think what you propose makes perfect sense. So are we ready for a vote on the motion is interim study?
Vice Chairman Wallace?
Yes.
Rep Alexander?
Yes.
Rep Andrews?
Yes.
Rep Khan?
Yes.
Rep Stapleton?
Yes.
Rep Tripp?
Yes.
Rep Greason?
Yes.
Clerk Ratab votes yes. Rep Perez? Yes. Rep Smith? Rep Horrigan?
Yes.
Rep DiLorenzo?
Yes.
Rep Kenny?
Yes.
Rep Siebert?
Yeah.
Rep Devine?
Yes.
Rep Lanza?
Yes.
Rep Manos?
Yes.
Rep Turer?
Yes.
Rep Ming?
Yes.
Chairman Lin?
Yes.
Motion passes 20-0.
All right, consent? Anyone? Okay. We'll go on consent. All right. Turning to House Bill 1614, the chair recognizes Representative Manos for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that I would like to pass out.
Representative, could I just ask, are you passing it out just for discussion, or I was under the impression there was going to be an interim study motion?
Yes, I am
Oh,
going to,
okay.
but I wanted
Oh, sure.
people to
Yeah, that's
have,
fine. That's fine.
have the amendment and see the amendment. But yes, I am going to move interim study. This is a bill which, and with the amendment, which allows in DES cases, once it has gone through a hearing with you may remember there are 4 special counsels in DES that hear appeals. And then after that, the only appeal would be to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And the gist of this amendment is that it would allow a complainant to
the situation that arises is the science is developing faster than the appellate process. And so in order to be able to open up the acceptance of new evidence, this amendment allows the complainant to file a complaint with the Superior Court. However, in thinking about the bill further and in talking with other people, it became clear that this applies across the board to any number of administrative agencies. And so the question becomes whether this should be broader than just DES, and why have we singled out DES in particular? And so I'm moving interim study so that we can look at the broader issues and can consider whether we should be looking at the broader totality. And so that's why I'm moving interim study.
All right, is there a second on the motion for interim study? Seconded by Representative Alexander. Representative Alexander, did you want to speak on it? So, you know what, I think I'm completely in support of the interim study. The only thing that I would ask the people that are going to be involved in the interim study on both of these, 1602 and this, and if you want me to, I'm happy to, devote at least some of my summer to working on this. Not the majority, but some. The only thing I'd ask you to think about is to be sure that the idea of streamlining the process, I think, is particularly important for the reasons that Representative Alexander mentioned. I think you need to be careful, though, that in doing that you don't create like another level of. I mean, for example, this amendment that you just discussed, Representative Manos, it might be good, but it does create another level of review, which might mean that things get slowed down. So just something to think about as you're doing it. But the motion is interim study. Anybody have anything further they want to say on that? All right, then I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Rep. Khan,
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Greason,
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. Smith, Rep. Horrigan,
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo,
Yes.
Rep. Kenny,
Yes.
Rep. Siebert,
Yeah.
Rep. Devine,
Yes.
Rep. Lanza,
Yes.
Rep. Manos,
Yes.
Rep. Turer,
Yes.
Rep. Ming,
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 20-0.
All right. Consent? Consent. All right. I think we did. Pretty sure. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
All right. And Representative Manos, could I ask you to prepare the report? Thank you. All right. Next, we're on to 1640 relative to qualified immunity standards. The chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move this in expedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Perez. All right. Representative Alexander, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, briefly. This is one of these bills that has come up, I believe, 6 out of the 6 years I've been on this committee. We looked at similar legislation last year as well. I think there's things that this bill, similar to the last year, still do not solve language-wise. First of all, this would create a cause of action through a violation of the state of New Hampshire Constitution or federal Constitution. There's really no standard on negligence. So if any employee violates a right, whether they did it intentionally or not, the state is held liable. This is going to open up the floodgates to lawsuits to municipalities. Additionally, I asked the question during the public hearing about the new constitutional amendment regarding right to privacy. That's now a constitutional amendment per the voters in the 2018 election. So I asked if 91A would fall under that. And the attorney said yes. I have a real problem over. I understand 91A should not be violated, but this would open up a ton of lawsuits on if a town intentionally or unintentionally violated 91A. This would open up this lawsuit. So there's already immunity on the books for when an individual acts in a wanton or reckless way, and that's clearly defined in case law. So for that reason, I think that we should continue the tradition of trusting that most employees, most government officials act in a decent and positive way, and we should trust that we continue to do that while also holding the ones that do not accountable and making sure we're training all of our employees correctly. So that's it.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard on House Bill 1640? All right, then we're ready for a vote. The motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez. Rep. Smith. Rep. Horrigan.
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Rep. Kenny.
Yes.
Rep. Siebert.
Yes.
Rep. Devine.
Yes.
Rep. Lanza.
Yes.
Rep. Manos.
Yes.
Rep. Tur.
Yes.
Rep. Ming.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 20-0.
All right, consent. And Representative Alexander, can I ask you to write the report?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Next, I want to turn to House Bill 1664. I think everyone should have received a proposed amendment drafted by Representative Houle. I told Representative Houle when he informed me that he was going to be submitting an amendment that I would present the amendment to the committee to see if anybody on the committee wanted to move the amendment, but that I was not willing to move the amendment because I don't favor the bill and the amendment doesn't change my view on the bill. But if anybody, the amendment is here, and if anybody, it's amendment 0972H. If somebody wants to move the amendment, we can, and it's seconded, we can, yes, Representative Perez.
I'd like to move to pass with amendment of 0972H.
All right, is there a second? Second by Representative Greason. All right. Hang on one second. All right, Representative Perez, would you wish to speak to your amendment, to the amendment?
No, but I have asked Representative Houle to be here to speak to it for me. Am I allowed to do that where we had somebody else be able to do that?
Sure. Yes, Representative Houle, I don't want to have a long discussion, but sure, you may speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of Judiciary. During the public testimony on this bill, there was lots of questions regarding when does discovery start, what triggers discovery in a medical malpractice suit. There was also questions relative to the length of time that a person undergoing a detransition treatment could have access to medical malpractice liability standards. Those causes of action are already in statute today. There's a 3-year time limit. There's a beginning of the discovery window when the patient realizes harm was done. That's when the clock starts ticking. This amendment adopts the language that is in the Senate version, Senate Bill 304. The beginning of that discovery window happens when the person begins a detransition. That would be like some action, whether they saw another doctor and did something different, whether they discontinued taking certain medications, or whether they started taking, in the case of taking hormones, they went from taking estrogen back to testosterone or vice versa. So at that point, there's a positive action on the part of the patient, and that makes an easy time zero. So this just clarifies where in the law a detransition would have access to any medical malpractice.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to be heard on this? Yes, Representative Perez.
So I have an acquaintance who has a child that is detransitioning. And I think we have worked very hard to make to attempt to and to make some laws for people transitioning. And I feel very strongly that we have really no guidance or no support or anything for those that are detransitioning. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of individuals that are attempting to undo what they feel they did wrong to themselves and or was done wrong to them. And I think we need a way to allow them to have a backing to fight for what was done to them. So I feel very strongly that this, by the amendment, I didn't like the age 18, 20 years and all this stuff, but I think this amendment does support detransitioning individuals who also have a right.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on this? Yes, Representative Katab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess it still troubles me in this amendment that somebody, a 50-year-old who chooses to take medication to transition, could then go and sue a doctor because they changed their mind about it. And I just, if an adult makes a decision of their own free will, why aren't they liable for it? Why is the doctor liable for it? I just don't even, this concept doesn't make any sense to me. So for that reason, I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Yes, I'd like to respond to Representative Perez's statement that thousands and thousands of children are going through this. Representative Perez, do you mean in New Hampshire or throughout the country?
I mean throughout the country, but there are many here too. If you if you are allowed to go on to some of the detransitioning, which I had authorization by an individual detransitioning to go, they have a support group, and there are a lot of young individuals from New Hampshire that are attempting to detransition.
So follow up, please.
Of course, yeah.
Just so that I can get an idea of the scope of the number in New Hampshire. What do you have for a number in New Hampshire of people detransitioning? Thank you.
I don't have a number, but I think we need to protect people even if it's one, just like we need to protect children even if it's one.
Other comments? All right, so I guess the only thing that I would say about this is, and I told this to Representative Houle, is I voted in favor, and I know many people on this committee did not, but I voted in favor, and I think a number of people on the committee also voted in favor of the bill we recently passed to prohibit transitioning surgery for minors. Personally, I would be amenable. I guess I want to see exactly what was proposed, but I would be amenable to banning for minors even non-surgical transitioning. But the problem I have with this bill is that it would basically say, even though non-surgical or at least right now, even surgical transitioning of minors is legal, we're somehow going to be able to go after the doctors, or somebody's going to be able to go after the doctors way later on. The analogy I drew to Representative Houle, and I think it applies, is that's like saying, that we're going to go after the firearms manufacturers because somebody shot somebody with a gun. That it's not the person that made the decision to do that. It's the big bad firearms manufacturers. I don't support that, and I can't support this. So anyway, other comments? All right. I guess then we're ready for a vote. The vote is on the amendment by Representative Perez. Moved by Representative Perez, seconded by Representative Greason. It's number 2024-0972H.
Vice Chairman Wallace.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan.
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes no. Rep. Perez.
Clarification, we're voting
On your amendment.
yes.
Rep. Smith. Rep Horrigan,
No.
Rep DiLorenzo,
No.
Rep Kenny,
No.
Rep Siebert,
No.
Rep Devine,
No.
Rep Lanza,
No.
Rep Manos,
No.
Rep Tur,
No.
Rep Ming,
No.
Chairman Lin.
No.
Motion fails 8 to 12.
All right, now we're back to the main bill. Representative Alexander, do you have a motion? On the,
No, I don't.
you do not? Okay, all right. Is there any other motion?
Ought to pass.
All right. Motion is ought to pass. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Representative Greason. All right, and Representative Perez, you wish to speak to your motion?
We need to start something to help those who feel that they were made decisions, were forced or pushed or coerced into making, that seems to be a big word right now, coerced into making decisions that they later regretted. And I think we need to start helping them. And again, as is said so many times today, if the bill is imperfect, we can ask the legislators to change it later.
All right. Anyone else? Representative Greason.
I wonder why we sneer at the idea that somebody would change their mind. We think going from male to female or female to male, you're born biologically male and you want to transition to female, but somehow or another it's different than if you wanted to go back to being male from being female. That somehow or another that's not possible, or that's ridiculous, nobody wants to do that, or there should not be any protections similar to going from one to the other. You're not allowed to change your mind, is what it sounds like to me. And I do believe that a lot of people are caught up in a world of confusion, and there's pressure to conform to things that maybe they don't really want to conform to, but they're not sure what they want to do. And so they're making decisions that have long-lasting effects. They're irreversible, severe consequences to it, and there just needs to be a measure involved to try to protect those people who said, wow, I think I've gone too far in this. I got to try to go back to some semblance of sanity.
Other comments? Representative Kutab.
So I would absolutely agree. If somebody transitioned and they want to go back, they should absolutely be able to do so. I don't feel that if you used informed consent to taking medications and chose to take the medications, that the doctor should be liable that you changed your mind. I guess that's the part that I'm kind of hung up on. And again, like, this bill doesn't just apply to minors either. It applies to if a 50-year-old chooses to take the medication when they're 50 and then they change their mind when they're 60. I'm not sure why a doctor should be liable for a patient changing their mind after they've given informed consent. To me, this would be a similar concept to if a man chose to have a vasectomy or a woman chose to have her tubes tied and then they changed their mind. We're going to now say that the doctor is civilly liable that the patient changed their mind. I guess that's the part that doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
All right. Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Cultural pressure, peer pressure, just the ongoing way our society has transitioned is almost a difficult force for young people to resist. Did we have any testimony that this kind of bill passed in Virginia and had a great chilling effect upon transitional surgeries, or am I thinking of another bill?
I think it was Missouri, not Virginia, if I recall correctly. I thought that's what Representative Wool had told me, that was Missouri that passed it.
Okay.
No, that's all right. I don't think it makes much.
I was wondering if this bill was based on that, Virginia, Missouri, or whatever.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was based on some other. No, no, I mean, it was some other, I think it was some other state, as I understand. So, all right.
Tim.
Oh, yes, Representative Horrigan?
Yes, I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea that large numbers of people are being coerced to go into a gender transition, which, despite what some people believe, is really one of the most difficult things a person can do. It is something that I just don't understand how you could coerce someone into doing something that difficult unless the person who was doing the transitioning was pretty highly motivated to do it, especially given that just about everything in our society, most other societies, is very divided into male and female. So I think if somebody's crossing that line, and then would always sort of be at least, I'm not sure why somebody would cross that line unless they really, really deeply felt that they wanted to. So I just don't exactly know what these people are supposedly coercing young people into changing their gender, what they're gaining from it. So it seems to me the social pressure is all the other way to stay in the same gender to which you were assigned at birth. And I might also sort of question the idea of biological sex as more central than your gender identity. I'm not sure. I think like what you believe yourself to be is more important than what you present as, and what you present on is obviously much more important than like so-called biological things, especially the X and Y chromosomes, which we can't even see, and which were only discovered in the last century or so, long before people had the concept of male and female, which they've always had. So I just don't quite understand how you can successfully coerce someone into changing their gender unless the person who is doing the changing really strongly felt that they wanted to do it. So,
All right,
Mr.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Notwithstanding this bill, people who are medically injured have a right to recover damages on account of medical injury. And that's based in tort, contract law, or otherwise. So if we take out the transitional aspect of this bill, it's still on its face. If a person is injured, medically injured, they are entitled to damages, period, no matter what the procedure is. Thank you.
All right, Representative Perez.
First of all, children do not have a right, an ability maybe, to give informed consent. So it is not them that are giving the informed consent. Secondly, I know you're not going to like this, but we just passed to go to the House a bill that everybody has said it's only going to be a few people, very rare, that are going to want to have medical assisted termination of life. But yet we are talking about people who need to be protected, mostly people who had this done as children, as non-adults, from being offered some protection to right a wrong that they feel was done to them. It's mind-boggling to me that we can sit here on one hand and say one thing and sit here on another hand and say another thing. It's like, this is real, and all due respect, Representative Horgan, this is happening every single day. Planned Parenthood is giving out the drugs here in New Hampshire every single day, and the surgery is being done every single day. And in Massachusetts, you're paying for the surgery. So, I mean, it is going on. These people need to be protected too.
Representative DiLorenzo.
I'd like to follow up on Representative Perez's statements. First of all, the surgery is not just for children. It's for adults and children, all generations. Secondly, do you have any statistics to back up your inferences about the volume of surgeries that are going on? You said in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Do you have any backup on that? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Representative Smith.
Thank you. I'm following up on Representative DiLorenzo's point. Could you give me the documentation of the statement that you made about Planned Parenthood.
To do is call Dairy Planned Parenthood or go on their website, and they will say that they offer hormone and puberty transition.
Really?
Yes, really. Or call them.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Whoop, any other?
Right there.
Right. All right. Any other comments? So I guess I know I'm repeating myself and I apologize, but the problem I have is this, as I think Representative Katab pointed out, we're saying this is just like there was a recent New Hampshire Supreme Court case that you probably all, very, very recent, dealing with the immunity statute for firearms dealers. And under the law, the firearms dealer legally sold the handgun to I think it was a handgun or whatever it was, to the person who shot the police officers. But the police, and it was legal. The police officers decided to bring a suit against the dealer, the theory being that, well, it might have been legal, but you really shouldn't have sold the gun. That was the theory. That, to me, was a crazy theory, and the New Hampshire Supreme Court made the right decision. We would be doing sort of the same thing here. It's all right to perform these surgeries. It's legal, which maybe it should be. I would tend to say it shouldn't be, but it is. It's legal, and what we're going to do is go after the doctor for doing something that was legal. I don't see how that makes any sense, and as Representative DiLorenzo pointed out, if there has really been some malpractice, the minor has a claim for that kind of malpractice, just like they would have for any other malpractice. So I don't see any reason for this sort of special bill. Other Representative Stapleton.
Boy, it's really hair splitting with good points on both sides of this. I just wonder, lost it. Physicians, are they not held to a higher standard, and that's the last resort for reasonable decision? Parents come to the physician for trans treatment with the child, and the physician has to make an evaluation, not only just write the order and say yes, but investigate a little bit and query a little bit to see if there's something wrong here or they should step back from it.
Sure, I think so. They're held to the standard of care of a reasonable physician in those circumstances. And I would think that absolutely would impose upon the physician.
That's what this bill does. It puts the onus on the physician to be the last bulwark.
But that onus already exists under existing law. If the physician hasn't done that, they're liable under existing law.
Yeah, it may be redundant, but it's an awakening.
All right. Yes, Representative Perez.
I have a problem with the fact that we can't call maid committing suicide, but we can compare a person's human body to a gun. I have a problem with that. I just need to make that known. I do not see a comparison with a gun and a human body. So.
All right. Other comments? All right, I guess we're ready. The motion before us is OTP, and I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Rep. Khan,
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Greason,
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes no. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. Smith, Rep. Horrigan,
No.
Rep. DiLorenzo,
No.
Rep. Kenny,
No.
Rep. Seibert,
No.
Rep. Devine,
No.
Rep. Lanza,
No.
Rep. Manos,
No.
Rep. Turer,
No.
Rep. Ming,
No.
Chairman Lynn.
No.
Motion fails 8-12.
Is there a motion? Is there another motion? Representative Smith. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Tur.
Yeah, can I make the motion of ITL?
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, Representative Tur, is there anything further you wish to say? All right, so I think we're ready for a vote on the motion of ITL.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
No.
Rep. Alexander,
No.
Rep. Andrews,
No.
Rep. Testerman.
No.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Rep. Khan. Rep. Stapleton,
No, no.
Rep. Tripp,
No.
Rep. Greason. Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez, Rep. Smith, Rep. Horrigan,
Yes.
Rep. DiLorenzo,
Yes.
Rep. Kenny,
Yes.
Rep. Page. I'm sorry. Rep.
No, it's fine.
Bieber, sorry.
Yes.
Rep. Devine,
Yes.
Rep. Lanza,
Yes.
Rep. Manos,
Yes.
Rep. Turer,
Yes.
Rep. Ming,
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-8.
All right, Representative Tur, I think you're up for the writing the report. Will there be a minority report? And if so, who will write? All right, Perez for the minority. All right. All right. All right, we're down one more to go, folks. All right.
Give the clerk a minute to catch up with subs.
Yeah, no, take your time.
I can relate.
All right. So last one is House Bill 1684 relative to loss of consortium. And hang on one second. Do I have a motion with regard to that?
May I?
Of course.
So I wanted to bring forward, Rep. Reed did put together amendment number 2024-932H, which had addressed some of the concerns, and I didn't know if the committee cared to look at that prior to voting.
Mr. Chair, has anyone introduced that?
I don't believe anyone has. If someone wants to move it, that's fine. I'm not inclined to do so, but if somebody wants to. All right, seeing none. Whoop, all right. Representative DiLorenzo moves it. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Representative Kinney. All right. What's the amendment number again?
932H.
932H. Renzo. Okay. All right, Representative DiLorenzo, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I'm speaking on the amendment, and I would like to vote ought to pass on the amendment.
All right. All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? All right. Seeing none, I guess the only thing I do wish to speak to, and I basically would say I don't see any.
Oh, you don't have it?
Oh.
It was on everybody's desk, I think. In the corner.
Oh, here yeah. Do I have? Yeah, no, I do have it. I do have it. Yes, thank you. John.
Add the children.
Yeah, added, right. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I need to rescind that motion. I was just informed that the motion was auto pass and I don't want to do it.
Oh,
I
all
was
right.
trying to do a courtesy to my member from my district.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So Representative Di Lorenzo withdraws her motion, and Representative Kinney, you withdraw your second, I take it? All right. So do we have a, we're now back to the main bill. Is there a motion of ITL? Somebody want to move? All right. Representative Perez moves ITL. Is there a second? Second by Representative Stapleton. All right. Representative Perez, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
All right. All right. No, that's fine.
Sorry. No.
Representative Stapleton, anything you wish to say?
Yeah, I give it a few words. I didn't see any value or much of a value in the amendment, and I don't see any value in the underlying bill. I think it goes over the fence relative to the traditional lawful definition of consortium and expands it. What else is next beyond that? I just think it's not a good way to go. So I'm opposed to it. I'm for the ITL.
All right. Any other, Representative Kinney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I fully understand the slippery slope argument, and I fully understand why people are supporting ITL. Some of you may know, may not know, I used to be chair of the Animal Protection Caucus with Kathy Rogers. So although I don't think this bill is necessarily ready for prime time, and I know the amendment didn't have enough support, I am going to vote against ITL, but I fully understand why everyone is voting the way they are. Thank you.
All right. Any other comment? Representative Smith?
Thank you. I'm not sure that Representative Kenny was over COVID when we had the hearing, when representatives of the American Kennel Club and a number of other very well respected entities interested in animal welfare all strongly opposed the bill.
Representative Kinney?
Other than the AKC, do you know the other groups?
I don't remember.
That's what we're wondering where they fell on it.
All right.
I guess I'm wondering where the Humane Society fell on it, or if they did testify or take a position.
All right.
They weren't here.
Any other comments on 1684? All right, the motion is ITL by Representative Perez, seconded by Representative Stapleton. I ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Wallace,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Rep. Khan,
Yes.
Rep. Stapleton,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Greason.
Yes.
Clerk Katab votes yes. Rep. Perez,
I'm sorry, yes.
Rep. Smith, Rep. Horrigan,
Yes.
Rep. Di Lorenzo,
Yes.
Rep. Kenny,
No.
Rep. Siebert,
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Rep. Devine,
Yes.
Rep. Lanza,
Yes.
Rep. Manos,
Yes.
Rep. Tur,
Yes.
Thank you.
Rep. Ming,
Yes.
Chairman Lynn,
Yes.
19 to 1.
Can that go on consent?
Yes, no objection.
Consent, all right. Consent, and Representative Perez, I think you're up for the report. You moved. And we greatly appreciate it. All right.
You can say whatever you like.
All right. So,
And please do it.
I think we're done, and I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought it was going to take longer than it did. So for those who are writing reports, please have it to me by the end of the day on Friday, if you would, please. For Representative Manos and Greason and, Mr. Corman is gone, Representative Corman is gone, but I will be in touch probably on Friday about trying to set something up as quickly as possible on our subcommittee. Pardon? And yes, thank you to both of our substitutes for your participation today, and it's been very helpful, and we appreciate it. All right. All right. Anything further we need to talk about? All right. Thank you. We're adjourned.